Chapter 1. Full of Life Stone Village was located within a vast mountain range. All around it were tall peaks and huge ravines, and endless groups of mountains towered over. The sunlight passed through the dyed clouds, and it scattered a golden radiance as the people warmly bathed within. Dozens of children gathered together in a group, and the ages varied from 4 years old to those over 10 years old. They faced the sunlight in an empty courtyard in front of the village, and were training their bodies with humph and ha sounds. The young and tender little faces were all serious. The older children gave off a power like that of a tiger's, while the younger ones still practiced with good form and style. A middle-aged man with a body as well-built as a tiger or leopard wore clothing made from beasts. The color of his skin was like copper, and his black hair was spread over his shoulders. His bright and lively eyes scanned over every single child, and he sternly gave out instructions. When the sun rises, all living things begin to move, and the air of life is the most vigorous at that time. Although we cannot take the sunlight as meals and eat air like in the legends, there are still great benefits by training oneself while facing the sun, as it can fill one's body with energy. A day's plan depends on the morning. Every day, rise early and work hard. Strengthen your muscles, tendons, bones, and circulate your blood. You must do that to survive in this vast mountain range. The middle-aged man who stood at the front and instructed the group of children had a face of strictness. He seriously warned, then yelled, "Do you understand?" "We understand." The group of children had plenty of vitality as they loudly replied. There were many appearances of prehistoric life forms within the mountains. Occasionally, huge wings that covered the sky would pass over and cast giant shadows on the ground. There were also some desolate beasts who stood on mountain peaks, howling after swallowing the moon. Of course, the various types of poisonous insects moving about could not be forgotten, as they were also abnormally terrifying. "Understand." The little guy, who was clearly distracted and was half a beat slower, babyishly yelled out. It was a very young child, roughly 1 or 2 years old. After learning how to walk for barely a few months, he had already begun to train with everyone else. Obviously, he went over by himself and mixed himself along with the older children, and was clearly not supposed to appear in that group. Humph humph ha he. The little guy made sounds from his mouth, and his tender little hands tried their best to wave around. He tried to imitate the older children's movements, but he was too small and young. His movements were slanted and twisted, and his steps were unstable as he staggered around. In addition, there were white-colored milk stains on the corners of his mouth, making him appear quite foolish. A group of older children were looking at him, and all of them were moving their eyebrows and eyes, causing the atmosphere of the originally strict morning exercises to relax. The little guy was quite beautiful with his white and tender skin as well as his big, black revolving eyes. His entire body looked like a porcelain doll, causing him to look quite cute. His young and tender movement and the ee-ya-ya sounds coming from his mouth made him seem lovable and naive. Within another piece of land, some older people who sat cross-legged on huge rocks while breathing in and out also revealed smiles. Even the male adults who were robust and half-naked with shiny muscles also looked over with smiles. They were the strongest people in the village, and they were also the most important powers who hunted and guarded the village. They were also training. Someone held a big bone club from an unknown huge beast skeleton, and there was also another person who held a black-colored, metal-casted broadsword. He powerfully waved it, and the noise created from the wind was like thunder. Their living environment was extremely nasty, and because there were various floods, fierce beasts, poisonous insects, and difficulty in gathering food for survival, many males died in the wilderness before they even matured. If one wanted to live, they could only strengthen themselves and work hard in the morning. No matter if it was adults or elders or children, it was a habit that was formed since they were young. Concentrate. The middle-aged man who was responsible for supervising and instructing the children's training loudly yelled. The group of children hurriedly went back to being serious, and they continued to train in the soft and dazzling morning sunlight. "Ya tired." The little guy exhaled. Then he sat down on the ground as he looked at the training of the older children. However, after a while his attention shifted. He stood up, and while staggering, He rushed towards a 5-colored sparrow that was jumping and bouncing around nearby. At the end, it did not go well. He fell on his butt a few times, but he did not cry. As he huffed, he climbed back up to chase again with humphs and sighs. "Okay, stop!" Following a loud shout, every single child cheered for a while. They massaged their aching hands and feet. Then, while shouting, they separated and charged towards their own homes to eat breakfast. The older villagers all smiled as they climbed down from the huge rocks. As for the adults who were as well-built as tigers, they also laughed, and some of them followed their own children back home as they held their bone clubs and broadswords. Stone Village was not too big. There were around 300 people if you added up the old and young males and females. The houses were made out of huge stones, and they were plain and natural. At the front of the village, there was a huge tree that had been struck by lightning, and it had a diameter of 12 meters or so. At that moment, the light from the only willow branch remaining on the tree was already being concealed by the morning sunlight, and it became quite ordinary. "Oh, you have dirt dragon meat? Hand me some." Some children were lively and restless, and as they ate, they didn't have much etiquette. Many of them came out from their homes to gather together while hugging their pottery bowls. Grass and trees flourished around Stone Village, and although there were many fierce beasts, they had guards protecting them from the big mountain. The amount of food was not that abundant for the villagers. They only had some rough wheat bread, wild fruits, and rare meat in the children's bowls. In fact, insufficient food was always a very serious problem for Stone Village. The mountain range was extremely dangerous, and the abnormal beasts and fierce birds were too strong and terrifying. Every time they went out to hunt, it was possible that someone would lose their life. If there was a choice, the villagers would not be willing to enter the mountains, because entering the mountain indicated blood and sacrifices. To them, food was always extremely precious, and wasting was not allowed. Every single child were taught that since they were young. Hunger, food, hunting, life, blood, they were all interconnected. The courtyard of the old chief, Yunfeng, was located at the front of the village. It was pieced together by huge stones, then tightened up with huge burnt willow wood. Within the courtyard and in front of the kitchen, a white-colored liquid inside a pottery pot was boiling. The fragrance of the milk pounced towards one's nose, and the little guy was currently simmering milk from beasts. Other than that, occasionally, he threw some medical herbs in and slowly stirred it with a wooden ladle. After a short while, the old man yelled, "Little guy, come over and eat." The little guy lost his parents when he was half a year old, so he grew up by drinking the milk of beasts. At that moment, he was already 1 year and a few months old. If he was a normal child, he should have already weaned, yet he still drank the milk quite deliciously. He was unwilling to stop drinking the milk, so he was teased by some older children. "Yahoo! I can't run anymore." He kept persistently chasing after the 5-colored sparrow, and he was already out of breath. At that instant, he fell and sat on the floor. "Little guy, drink your milk." A bunch of older children clamored together. "You little monkeys! Didn't all of you also pass through his age?" The old chief smiled and reprimanded them. "But we didn't still drink milk at the age of 1.5. Hee. The little guy made a silly smile as he faced the teasing of the older children. His big, bright, and black eyes squinted into a crescent moon, and he didn't seem to mind. He sat in front of the pot and scooped with the wooden ladle, drinking the milk quite delightfully. After breakfast, several extremely aged old people in the village gathered in the courtyard of the chief, Yunfeng. Although their hairs had all turned white, they were still very vigorous. "Something's wrong recently. Late last night, a giant creature passed by and created a massive disturbance. Something must have happened deep within the mountain range. I woke up from my sleep a few times last night, and my skin and bones were chilly. Undoubtedly, some cruel beasts or huge insects must have passed by." Several old people spoke one after another. They were either frowning or in deep contemplation. They discussed some hints of danger recently, and they felt that something different happened. "I feel that in the deep wilderness, something impressive must have appeared to attract the attention of the surrounding areas or ancient remains. So all of them quickly went over, said Chief Shi Yunfeng after thinking. A mountain treasure wouldn't have appeared, right? Another old person instantly widened his eyes. His hair and beard all stood up, and he expressed his surprise. Others also expressed unusual expressions, and their gazes were burning. However, they quickly put out the flames in their eyes. Things like those were not something that they could get. No one would enter the deepest parts of the faraway mountain range. For all these years, not a single person was able to survive after entering such a place. All sorts of overpowering things appeared within the mountains, and even if every single person in Stone Village went in together, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Chief, we haven't entered the mountain in quite a few days. Just at that time, a powerful adult male walked into the courtyard. He was the leader of the hunting team, and he was also the chief who was going to serve Stone Village next. It hasn't been too peaceful recently. Chief Shi Yunfeng furrowed his brows. But there really isn't much food left, Shi Linhu said. His build was extremely tall and big, being over 2 meters tall. He carried a broadsword that weighed 300 jin or so, and his entire figure looked like a human-shaped bear. Chunks of copper-colored muscles were all over his body, and they were moving around like a python. The little ones need to grow and they cannot starve. We must think of some methods, spoke an elder. Although it isn't too peaceful and quiet at night here, on the other hand, there aren't many abnormalities in the day. I'll bring some people out, and there shouldn't be many problems if we are careful, Shi Linhu said. Under the prayers of the chief and a few elders, all of the males revealed solemn expressions on their faces as they conducted worship. Many women and children also quickly rushed over, silently praying that the relatives who were about to go hunting would come back safely. The mountain range was simply too dangerous. It was a completely different world outside once one left the protection of the village and the willow tree. It was one filled with terrifying birds of prey and huge beasts. And just like that, the village's strongest group of individuals, carrying giant bows and broadswords on their backs, set off and entered the mountain valleys, creeks, and huge lakes. Momentarily after, there was a large waft of a desolate smell. Watching as the hunting group left, the old chief Shi Yunfeng led the group of children towards the grass patch located at the entrance of the village. He sat cross-legged and said, "All right, you little group of monkeys need to sit down and study hard." The group of children immediately became distressed, and all of them had dispirited expressions. They reluctantly sat down, as if they were wilted leaves. "Grandpa Chief, those bird languages and turtle writings are complicated like hobgoblin symbols. It's too hard to learn. What is the point of studying it?" "Exactly. It's not as useful as the archery my father taught me." The group of children all had sour expressions on their faces, and they all felt conflicted. "You group of little babies really don't know anything. The bone text consists of tyrannical symbols on bones that were passed down naturally by terrifying archaic descendants. Embedded within are mysterious forces in which many people could not learn even if they wanted to. Even if you are just somewhat successful in learning it, who knows how many times stronger you would be compared to your parents." The old chief criticized them for not meeting his expectations. "Grandpa Chief, demonstrate for us the power of this bone text." A slightly older child spoke. "Little guy, come here," the chief shouted from afar. The little guy had just finished chasing after the 5-colored sparrow, and was currently putting a lot of energy into pulling a big yellow dog's tail. Turning his head in confusion, he released his grip and ran over while shaking his buttocks. Opening his big bright eyes, he said, "Ya, Grandpa Chief, what do you need?" "I want you to use the things I taught you from the bone text," Shi Yunfeng said. "Okay." The little guy was very obedient and stretched out his 2 little hands. He closed his mouth, and his entire body was constantly using energy, causing his little face to become red. With a wung sound, his palms emitted a bright light, and a strange character emerged. It looked like it was made out of casted metal, and it possessed a metallic luster. Soon after, it appeared on his other hand as well. The little guy walked up a few steps and lifted up a boulder that was taller than him. "So powerful!" exclaimed the group of children. This was the little guy who was a bit older than one. How could he possibly lift up such a big rock? Little guy, did you use all of the strength you got from drinking milk? The older kids all teased him. Yes, I used up all my strength. The little guy dropped the stone and sat his butt down on the floor and smiled without a hint of worry. He was extremely pure, and quickly the characters faded from his palms. Grandpa Chief, is this the power from that mysterious bone text that you studied for more than 10 years? The group of children's eyes were all shining, and their previous lack of interest no longer existed. Don't get too excited, this can only be considered the basics. Compared to the heavenly bone text that appeared in legends, it is still too far off. The old man nodded, then shook his head. Can Grandpa Chief tell us about the outside world? The group of children had hopeful expressions. Everyone within the village knew that when the chief was younger, he left with roughly a dozen individuals for the distant Mother Earth's limits and explored the outer world. However, 10 years ago, only 2 managed to come back while drenched in blood. One of the 2 died soon after, and only Shi Yunfeng was able to survive. He spent these past years studying the bone text, and from time to time he would test it out on the strong individuals within the village. These kids all knew clearly that when their parents, who were like tigers and dragons, were called over, they would all make howls and shouts that made hearts tremble within the stone courtyard. This made these children feel worried, yet at the same time admiration. Only in recent years had the old chief's research gradually begun to lessen, no longer frightening the village's residents. Moreover, that little guy who drank the milk of wild beasts was raised by him, and he became his best research candidate. The outside world. The old man began to reminisce. After being spellbound with regret, he said, "The world is too big. It's vast and boundless. Just from one region to the next would cover millions of li. No one really knows how vast it was, as a person walking on foot would not completely cover a single region in their lifetime. It is simply boundless and desolate. Different regions' residents would find it extremely difficult to contact and communicate with each other because it is simply too dangerous. The land has too many different tyrannical beast species, and they are all formidable and mysterious. Regardless of whether it was a tribe of several 100,000 or a magnificent and enormous city, there was still a chance that they would be destroyed overnight by some ancient species. Of course, there were still humans who were unimaginably powerful and comparable to that of archaic descendants. They possessed matchless divine power, and these humans were the most gifted ones amongst the human race. The group of children all felt reverence within their hearts, and at the same time, they felt a sense of yearning as they were all curious about the outside world. Someone asked, "Within this land, are there any earthly gems or legendary elixirs that could enable one to undergo rebirth? Also, the human race's strongest geniuses, how strong are they exactly?" The old man laughed and said, "If you want to know, then you must first become strong. If we can master the bone text's mysterious power, would we be able to explore the regions under the sky?" Some of the children began to reveal their yearning. Shi Yunfeng petted a child's head before saying, "Not mentioning other regions, anyone able to travel across half of this region can already be considered incredible." All of the children were dumbstruck. "All I can do is guide you towards the correct path, however. Where you end up in the end will depend on you. The things I have taught you should not be inferior to the things taught to children of similar ages in the outside world." When the old man finished what he was saying, his eyes revealed a different light, and he rubbed the exotic jade bone in his bosom. The group of children who sat in a circle around the old chief finally concentrated and began to focus on the lecture. Only at noon did they finally disperse. "It's too hard. Chief actually said that it required a few years for the bone text to slightly enter one's body. In addition, most people won't ever succeed at it. But that pea-sized little guy actually did it." The little guy innocently blinked his eyes, and then once again began to pull at the tail of that big yellow dog, and the big yellow dog began to bark innocently. The sun began to set in the west, and under the sunset's afterglow, the entire stone village was infected with a faint golden sheet of brilliance. In the distance, various apes and lions cried out, and a large number of stone houses at this moment were like divine ancient temples, holy and peaceful. Roughly a dozen people gathered at the horizon, and their shadows were being stretched out by the setting sun. Their bodies' outlines appeared golden within the sunset glow, making them appear incomparably tall and powerful. They were each dragging the head of an enormous and ferocious beast as they returned from their bountiful journeys. "They're back!" The village's women and children who stood at the village entrance waiting for a long time burst out in cheers, and the uneasiness and fear within their hearts vanished at once. They shouted in a loud voice, "Father and the others returned safe and sound. Heavens! To come back with so much prey. This time we reaped a rare and great harvest." The hunt this time was extremely successful, and the dozen grown men all returned with their good harvest. Within the prey was the enormous body of a dragon-horned elephant, which was a beast with excessive meat similar to that of a cow. Furthermore, the buckets were filled with thick and thin flying pythons. The old folk within the village all had shocked expressions on their faces. These beings were normally very hard to deal with, and some of them were even called fierce beasts. For so many of them to be hunted today and covered in blood, it was simply too unexpected. Take for example that dragon-horned elephant. The elephant's body was like that of metal, and it was difficult for even iron spears to pierce through. The pair of dragon horns were sharp like knives, easily splitting apart boulders. For that one-legged Kuei beast, if it managed to make its way up close, it could shock people straight to death. As for those flying pythons born with enormous wings, they were known as mountain killers. They would leave the mountain tops and abruptly dive down to kill, causing them to be extremely terrifying. Within the prey were some beings that were even more formidable, such as the scarlet-bodied two-headed flame rhinoceros, which was an impure-blooded mythical creature. These were all genuine fierce beasts. If they happened to meet one of them, they would normally take long detours to avoid them, and yet they were able to hunt them today, completely defying common sense. This time we really were extremely lucky to return from such a rewarding journey without a single casualty, laughed Shirling Hu, the leader of the hunting group, as he explained to the chief and villagers. During these past few nights, there were many supreme, enormous beasts passing through the mountains, moving the earth and shaking the mountains. They trampled everything to death and harmed many mountain beasts. During these past few days, many fierce beasts were hurt, and those heavily injured beasts were pursued and hunted by them, becoming easy prey. These were all tyrannical creatures that the village men would normally run away from. The enormous footprints within the mountains were similar to those of humans, but they were simply too huge, with each of them nearly 100 meters long. "That large!" exclaimed the village members. This really was shocking news. Even the elders who heard this could not help but draw in a breath of cold air. They were increasingly realizing that something happened within the mountain range abyss that ended up attracting the archaic descendants around the large desolate areas. In any case, it was a one-time plentiful harvest, and everyone was full of happiness. Stone Village was filled with the sound of children's laughter, and the atmosphere was joyful. Chief Shi Yunfeng brought the group of people to the willow tree and brought the dozen dead enormous beasts to the stone platform that was clearly a large altar. The sacrificial platform was made from layers of huge rocks. It was quite wide, and its establishment neighbored the old and broken willow tree. Upon it lied a small mountain of fierce beasts. Sanguine beast blood dyed the large stone platform scarlet as it trickled along the engravings on the face of the stone. A brilliant red shone on the tough and long beast's fur, and cold light flickering on their scales' malevolent horns as well. It was a horrifying scene that shook one's heart, and there was a bitter, desolate air assaulting everyone's nostrils. Under the guidance of the old chief, Stone Village's residents all gathered to pray and request for the willow tree's protection. This was a solemn event of offering sacrifices, as well as a type of usual practice. This was carried out each time a hunt ended. The scorched black tree's body stayed just as quiet as before, as if it didn't react in the slightest. It never used the offerings as always, but some of the village residents knew that it actually had a spirit. Finally, the sacrificial procedures were finished. The villagers all released a large breath of air and once again happily smiled. They began to move the bodies of those fierce beasts in preparation of draining their blood and cutting them up. Many years have passed already, yet the guardian spirit hasn't moved once after our offerings. Do we still need to offer sacrifices every time? A youngster murmured in a low voice. You stinky brat. What kind of garbage are you spouting? His father's bronze eyes opened wide and lifted his huge palm-leaf hands to beat him. The old chief gestured with his hands and stopped him from doing so. In a soft voice, he said, We have offered sacrifices towards this guardian spirit, and it has provided for us. Only by remembering it sincerely within our hearts and treating it piously would it guard, bless, and protect our village. The youngster's face was completely red, and hurriedly replied, Chief, it's not that my heart is not sincere. It's just that I think that the guardian spirit does not really need all of these offerings, as it has never moved or utilized them. As long as your intent is good, then that's enough. Shi Yunfeng patted his shoulders and carefully explained. The guardian spirit was also called the Spirit of Sacrifice. It was an abbreviation for the tribe's Spirit of Sacrifice and Support. It protected the village, and it intimidated the great desolate area's vicious beasts, keeping them away. The village's elder still remembered that this same guardian spirit was not quite the same 10 years ago. There was instead a rather strange rock, and each time, the offerings would quickly lose more than half its blood essence from its absorption. One day deep into the night, however, the old willow came, and that block of stone decided to go far away, and everything completely changed after that. Thinking back to that rainy night, the old chief felt slightly distracted. That was when he was still a young youth, and at that time saw for himself that shocking and frightening scene. During that late night, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the heavy rainstorm was majestic. The rainstorm was violent till its utmost limits, and the mountains were heavily battered by the thunder and lightning. The mountain torrent seemed like an ocean, and vicious beasts were running away frantically like the tides. The scene was terrifying. And right at that time, a large willow tree broke through the boundary of the heavens and appeared within the clouds. It bathed in the sea of thunder, and allowed the lighting from the mountains to course through itself. Tens of thousands of willow branches formed strips of burning divine chains and pierced into the heavens as if it was battling something finally. The large willow tree snapped, and its entire body was charred black. It was reduced to its current size before it fell down and took root within Stone Village. At that time, the lightning disappeared, and the downpour of torrential rain retreated. That night, the stone that the villagers sacrificed to and received supply from left. Every time he recalled this scene, the old chief would always feel his heart tremble. The old willow tree was not created from a random root within the mountains, but rather descended from the heavens. The reason it was damaged was due to the endless seas of thunder, and within the village, not many people knew about this. In its first 10 years, its entire body was scorched black and didn't have a single hint of life force. It appeared as if it was completely dead, and only 10 years ago did it finally show a single tender green branch. Since then, it has yet to undergo another change. Stinky brats, you all should be careful. We rarely reap such good harvests of vicious beasts. Their blood essence, muscles, vessels as well as parts of their bones are all extraordinarily precious. So don't waste their precious properties. The old chief warned. The villagers in their prime chopped with silver knives. While they were disassembling the giant creatures, there were sonorous sounds as sparks flew everywhere from hitting the giant creatures' shockingly hard skeletons. Someone had prepared a large jar long in advance to collect the special blood essence from within the beast's body. This was a refined blood medicine extremely rare and precious. Among this pile of beast corpses, the most precious one was the Paishio. Although it was just a descendant and was quite far from a pure-blooded Paishio king, it still possessed a portion of the true blood that had astonishing value. It has already been 2 years since they last caught a mythical beast type like the Paishio, as they were excessively savage and large. A single swipe from their claws would easily take the life of a strong individual, making them simply too horrifying to handle. One could say that the harvest this time was so luxurious it made them speechless. Wu, the true blood flowing from the two-headed flame rhinoceros's horn really is quite extraordinary. It's not inferior to the Paishio at all. An older grandpa personally used his knife to remove the rhinoceros horn from the flesh. It was as tough as metal and stone, and from that area dripped out a gush of scarlet-red true blood, making the carcass look like it was releasing fiery light. Suddenly, the blood unexpectedly changed into a clump of red radiance, and a palm-length two-headed flame rhinoceros appeared before everyone's eyes. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it was vivid and lifelike as it let out an angry roar. Good stuff. This true blood's medicinal qualities are extremely strong, and are not inferior to those of mythical beasts. The old grandpa who held the knife laughed heartily, and quickly utilized that jar to collect that rhinoceros blood before firmly closing the jar cover. Chief, this dragon-horned elephant's horn is also good stuff. When we found it, it was already close to dying. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. A youth spoke. Shi Yunfeng nodded and said, "It really is quite a rare sight. The dragon horn growing on its head has already matured. Once it is carefully extracted, it can be used as a precious medicine that can repair bones. The one-legged demon beast's leg has really tough and durable strips of muscles. Even axes cannot chop through it. This is all good stuff. You stinky youngsters need to be careful. Don't let the precious blood from the flying python's 2 wings go to waste." The villagers were all happy, and their faces were full of smiles. Only the children withdrew their necks before quickly disappearing. They knew that the majority of these blood and bone medicines would be used on their bodies, causing them to once again need to suffer. Only after an entire half-day passed did the precious treasure growing from the fierce beasts' bodies get plucked clean. The chief as well as several other elders nodded their heads in satisfaction before collecting the jars and storing them. There is so much prey. In a little while we should preserve a portion, and afterwards smoke them and make it into meat jerky. Some of the experienced elders were saying. With the fierce beasts piled up like a small mountain, the villagers could not finish it even after many days. If they simply allowed it to rot, then it would be too much of a waste. For the villages that have faced food shortages, there was no way they would permit that. The women from each of the households came up to divide the meat. All of them had sincere smiles on their faces, since previously they felt anxious with all the men outside. Now that they all returned peacefully and with such a luxurious harvest, it was truly one of heaven's best gifts. Smoke rose in spirals from the household's chimneys, and after half an hour, the fragrant smell of meat began to spread. The household's iron pots had almost finished stewing the meat chunks until they were soft, and the children couldn't wait any longer. In addition, the beast meat roasting atop the bonfires were also beginning to develop a golden and oily luster, and as the oil dripped onto the fire, sputtering noises were created. Those sturdy men all could not hold themselves back any longer, and began to tear off strips of meat. With big appetites, they bit into the meat, releasing a mouthful of juices. "Small child, this is pai shio meat. Eating a lot of it will give you big strength. It's truly a rare type of meat. Stinky youngster, eat more. This is meat from the 2-headed flame rhinoceros. Eating more of it can help your skin and bone become tough like iron. So stop eating that useless tree pig meat." All types of different fierce beasts made up the villagers' rich evening meal. The enticing meat fragrance wafted through the streets, drawing in the appetites of the residents as waves of merry laughter rang throughout the festive village. In this cruel, great, desolate era where fierce beasts rampage about and life is always under constant threat, the villagers' needs were rather simple. All they wanted was enough food to satisfy everyone's stomachs. The bonfire was jumping about, and Stone Village was currently bustling with noise and excitement. Males and females, both young and old, all had smiles on their faces. They were all filled with cheer while talking and laughing. "Little children, don't run about carelessly. We are about to conduct the medicinal bath soon. Sleep well at night, and in the future you would definitely be stronger than all of the vicious beasts," said an elder while laughing. "Ah, I don't want to." The group of kids who heard this all stood up and screamed miserably, running away and hiding within different parts of the village. "You bunch of melon babies, you really do not know what is good fortune. These are rare tonics. If we could have this medicinal bath continuously, your muscles and bones would be able to match that of those giant creatures." The adults all criticized them, and like grabbing little chicks, they began to catch their children. It hurts, I don't want to go into the medicinal bath. Last time, it felt like I was getting cut by blades. Dad, let go, I don't want to be boiled. The group of children intensely resisted, but their small arms were no match for the adult's strength. In the end, they were all caught. Inside of an empty space within the village, 8 large copper cauldrons had been previously set up. The inferno below them raged, and the liquid within the cauldron was boiling. Several elders threw stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs inside, and from time to time, they would also put in foot-long centipedes and fist-sized spiders. This made the originally clear liquid dark and cloudy as if it was ink. It was extremely frightening. The faces of the group of children all turned green. They all wanted to escape and run away, but they were all helplessly held in place by the adults. Soon after, a few villagers arrived with 10 jars. Several elders gently and carefully opened them before pouring the dark red liquid into the large copper cauldrons, causing the dark black liquid to boil even more furiously. This was the scarce true blood from the slain vicious beasts' bodies. It was extremely precious, and regardless of whether it was an adult or a child using it, they would all gain tremendous benefits, enhancing their physiques. In addition, with the villagers' understanding of several ancient prescriptions, as well as adding some medicinal herbs etc., this true blood could become even more effective. Besides the true blood, several elders also used the flying python's wing bones, the one-legged beast's foot bone, as well as several other materials and pulverized them with a great deal of effort before tossing them into the boiling water. When the fire died out and the cauldron's contents no longer boiled, the water temperature finally somewhat dropped in temperature. Screams along with putong sounds rang out as the first batch of kids were thrown inside, and each cauldron held roughly 2 or 3 individuals. It hurts. This water can completely cook us alive. Save me. My body feels like it's being cut by blades, and my skin and flesh are being split open. They were all grimacing in pain, and their hands grabbing their legs. One by one they all rushed for the outside, only to be pushed back inside as they endlessly screamed. In this way, the several dozen kids were thrown in batches into the cauldrons. The majority viciously howled and struggled constantly. Only 7 or 8 kids were somewhat better, and although they were aching and their brows were soaked in sweat, they endured it and didn't utter a single word. As for the little guy, he couldn't escape either, and was thrown into a cauldron with special treatment by himself. Only a little bit of clear water was added to the cauldron, but other than that, all of it was true blood and broken down bones. The villagers did not feel that this was inappropriate, and did not feel that they were favoring him over others either. This was because their own children already couldn't withstand the pain and were crying out heart-tearing screams inside the normal medicinal cauldron, but this little guy could actually handle it. In addition, when the little guy was within the black cauldron's thick and boiling liquid, the old chief even opened up 2 special jars, and poured the contents into the cauldron. Pouring out of one of the jars was a scarlet cloud that formed a palm-sized pie show. It was mighty and malevolent as if it was about to tear everyone apart and escape, and its nature was extremely vicious. From within Shi Yunfeng's palms shone a character, and the bone text began to rise. A slap made the pie show scatter and turn into blood, and it dripped into the cauldron. From that other jar rushed out a scarlet-red 2-headed flame rhinoceros. It was terrifyingly brilliant, and with its head high it angrily hissed, and was similarly released into the black cauldron by the old chief. When the temperature slightly dropped, the little guy was picked up and directly thrown into the cauldron while struggling. Because he was still little, he would choke on the water when sitting inside, so just as he fell inside with a gudong sounds, he immediately drank several mouthfuls of the liquid. The other children all showed sympathetic expressions towards him and suddenly felt quite fortunate. There was only a little water added, and the main portion was the special true blood, beast bone as well as muscle lumps that formed the medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid would definitely make one's skin and bones feel even more pain. The little guy was truly pitiful. Even some adults couldn't bear it. The little guy was exerting as much strength as he could muster while struggling and grimacing in pain, and from time to time, he would even drink mouthfuls of the viscous fluid. The adults watching really began to feel quite worried. There's no problem since it's not his first time. Since he could do this before, then he could live past this as well. Drinking more of the medicinal liquid is not bad either. If he can absorb it, it'll allow him to absorb great benefits. The old chief spoke, as his care for the little guy's health was quite expansive. His constitution is quite strong, and the bone text's mysterious power might also be at work here by helping him refine part of the medicinal strength. The little guy should not feel that much pain. Another elder spoke while stroking his beard. The medicinal bath continued for quite a while, and the group of children were soaked until they looked like red monkeys. All of them looked rather miserable, and while looking at each other, tears dripped down with hua-hua sounds. Only when the medicinal bath finished did they stop sobbing and finally feel relief. While within the black cauldron, the little guy did not cry. His big eyes were looking around, and his face had a bit of a red blush, resembling a big apple. When he was lifted out, he looked as if he was drunk, swaying back and forth. "How do you feel?" an elder asked. The little guy burped and said muddle-headedly, "I drank a lot, full now." Hearing this kind of simple-minded and pure response, the adults were all provoked into laughter. Tired, the little guy staggered from side to side, and his little body fell into Shi Yunfeng's embrace. He lightly mumbled something and slightly squeaked before sinking into deep sleep. "Bring these children back and let them sleep well. By tomorrow, their strength should have increased by a significant amount," said Chief Shi Yunfeng. Finally, several elders put away the leftover liquid. They didn't let it go to waste, but rather once again lit up the copper cauldron with fire and added some more medicinal herbs. They were going to cook until the medicine dried up and became medicinal power. Not only was this a type of tonic, but it was also a type of precious healing medicine. Bringing it along for the mountain range hunts could save lives. With vile environments and difficult to hunt magical beasts, true blood really was rare and precious. They couldn't afford to dispose such precious medicinal powder even after it was used by the children, and weren't willing to waste any of it at all. Naturally, the strongest villagers all didn't care about this, since as long as it could close up a wound and save their lives, it was enough. That night, all the children slept deeply. The next morning, many of these little guys were crying out loudly, as the old skin was being shed off in chunks, making their beds filthy. "Go, get a bucket of water and wash yourselves clean. Afterwards, lift that lump of millstone." "Dad, that is what third brother uses to train his strength. How could I possibly lift that up?" "Stop speaking nonsense. If I tell you to lift, then just lift. Are you telling me that we wasted all that true blood and bone medicine last night for nothing? If you really didn't make any progress, then I'll spank your butt until it turns into 8 fragments." Early the next morning, Stone Village was active like birds flying and dogs jumping. All of the children were forced to move large rocks and copper cauldrons as they whined repeatedly. The results were clearly obvious. The children all gained a significant amount of strength, and their physiques revealed an increase in power. However, if one were to say that they were reborn, then that was still a bit far from reality. Kacha Kacha, the village head, Chief Shi Yunfeng's palm symbol glowed a brilliant light, and within his hand was the shaft of an golden alloyed hammer. With it, he smashed the most precious part of the dragon-horned elephant's dragon horn into pieces. Following that, he retrieved a portion of the Pai Shio's amputated claw bone as well as a small section of the flame rhinoceros red horn, and similarly pulverized them until they became fine powder. He then mixed these crushed bone powders with several fierce beasts' true blood, and put them together into the slow-cooking beast milk. At that moment, the fragrance began to rise in spirals. Afterwards, the elder threw in stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs. Soon after, the liquid within the pot became muddled, and the fragrance became even richer. "Time to eat, little guy." Within the stone house, the little guy heard the yell, and with a gulu sound, he turned around and then stood up. His eyes that had just woke up were still blurry, but as the fragrance leaked in, he quickly took a quick whiff. He immediately felt excited and began muttering in that direction. "Smells really good. Of course, this is genuine precious medicine, so don't waste any of it and eat all of it." Shi Yunfeng laughed and said. The little guy consumed it like a wolf, and before long, the pot's kanji was completely gone. However, the negative consequences immediately appeared since he really was too small, and the medicinal strength was too strong. In this ordinary morning, the adorable little guy suddenly began to act like a problem child. His 2 eyes turned red like a white rabbit, and he began to run all over the place, shouting "Aya" nonstop. The pitiable large yellow dog's tail was once again grabbed by him, and was continuously being pulled. The tail was almost pulled off, and it howled with tears for half a day. It disturbed all the villagers and caused chaos. "Way, little guy! Why are you pulling up my brother's wife's fence? What happened to the little guy? Why did he run up to my family's roof? Quickly! Stop! Don't tear off the tiles!" The villagers were all stunned. The ordinarily extremely obedient little guy transformed into a little vicious beast. He ran all over the place as he wreaked havoc while using all of his strength. The pot of medicine was completely absorbed, and the results are not bad. Shi Yunfeng and several other elders were standing together, and they were currently quietly commenting, nodding their heads in satisfaction. In the distance, many children saw the scene in front of them and became even more frightful of the chief. All of them were quivering and trembling as they stayed far away. Gathering together, they muttered in a low voice, "The little guy is really pitiful." The little guy's palms shone and he lifted them up towards the sky. From those small arms appeared the bone text, and it flickered continuously. It was truly quite mysterious. In addition, his physique got stronger, and his speed and power were both promoted by a large margin as well. This was also the reason why the old chief was so satisfied. Only after 2 hours did he finally quiet down. He scratched his head in a daze, and said in a low voice, "Yeah, I'm in trouble." As time unknowingly flowed by, 2 years had passed in a flash. The little guy was now already 3.5 years old and had his own name. Sure, how when he was only 1.5, he could only run along behind the others, and now that he was 3.5 years old, his physique became astonishing. He was always running around together with the other big kids. At this moment, a piece of previously empty area of land in Stone Village was currently filled with people. It was so packed that even water could not trickle through, and everyone within the village was watching the youth practice martial arts. The group of children had extremely sturdy muscles, and their upper halves of their bodies were naked. With sweat flying in all directions, they were all working hard. Some of them could unexpectedly lift up maces that weighed more than 100 jin. They waved it around, making hoo-hoo sounds in the wind. The ages ranged from 6 or 7 to 12 or 13, and all of them looked like small fierce beasts from within the mountain forest. They were extraordinarily strong, and their bodies were astonishingly strong and rugged. "Quickly come and look, that is my family's baby. He's only 6 years old, but he can lift up a limestone weighing over 100 jin and use it as a shield. How many people can compare to him? In the future, he will definitely become an amazing hero in the great desolate area. My family's baby is the powerful one. You guys can all see that the bow made from the rhinoceros tendons that can only be pulled by adults is being used by him. In the future, he'll definitely be able to kill fierce beasts with one shot, and even defeat an adult Paishio." Although the villagers were all rather down to earth, when they were grouped up together, they all still loved to brag about their own child's strength. After comparing with each other, the group of strong individuals would clench their fan-sized palms and continuously wave their fists around, smiling in delight. All of the females within the village could not hide their smiles, as this group of children really were quite outstanding. All of them had a dragon's vitality and a tiger's ferocity. Having unlimited strength, the future of Stone Village will surely to be great due to this generation. Moo! A fat cow howled, and the sound shook the village. "Quickly come and look. Meng is only 8 years old, and he actually flipped over a fat cow. Impressive." Within the large area was a black fat cow, and his whole body appeared as if it was covered by black silk fabric. It was releasing a muffled thunder-like roar, and just before it was about to go crazy, it was stubbornly knocked down by a not very tall child, triggering a gasps of admiration. Our efforts were not wasted. Several elders gave them the true blood from fierce beasts every few days and let the precious medicine repair their bones and refine their bodies. It seems that the results were quite effective. The children are all quite strong. In the future, there might actually be quite a few people who can venture out and kill those great desolate species within the mountain range abyss. With a loud dong sound ringing out, an extremely skinny child in the distance tossed a grindstone plate that flew out roughly 10 meters. "Io, hey, the 8 or 9-year-old Pai-Ho who looks so dry and thin actually has that much strength. People really shouldn't judge others by their appearances. That's for sure. Without looking at whose child he belonged to, I named him Shi Zhongho. In the future, he will leave the great mountains, and he will have a great reputation. He will be bestowed the title of king in front of a large prosperous race." The grown men were all bragging towards each other, and they all thought that their own children were the most outstanding. Honglong. The ground began to shake severely, and a shroud of smoke and dust began to rise. Everyone's eyes were attracted towards that direction, and to their astonishment, someone was trying to lift up the enormous cauldron. In the center of that empty space was an ancient cauldron that was over 1,000 jin in weight. On the cauldron were engraved with the designs of the beasts of the land and birds of the air. It was overflowing with an ancient feeling. The walls of the cauldron were extremely thick, possessing an extremely heavy atmosphere. The legs of the cauldron were always being lifted, and so they were quite glossy. They were polished almost as if they were mirrors, and on them were branded the images of the vermilion bird. "Little Shijiao, you almost sprained your back just now only to lift it a bit off the ground. Right now you are still too young. Even in 4 years you would not be able to lift this." Some of the older adults made fun of him good-naturedly. The 1,000 jin copper cauldron was not something that you could casually mess with or else you could hurt yourself. Normally, no child was able to raise it and they were not allowed near it, as it was simply too heavy. "Let me try." An extremely robust lad walked forward, appearing to be around 12 or 13. One hand was on the cauldron's ear, while the other one was on its leg. He grabbed it with fierce strength, and the large cauldron began to shake a bit before leaving the ground. However, it immediately fell back towards the ground with a hong sound, creating a cloud of dust. It was an obvious failure, but fortunately the child wasn't hurt. "Me too." A child walked up to the front, and he was the one that previously knocked over that fat cow. His name was Shimeng, and within his family he was number 2. His nickname was Meng, and he actually had quite a rather thick and sturdy figure. In addition, he was only 8.5. With a wung sound, the copper cauldron left the floor, and was gradually lifted up into the air, causing everyone to be shocked and startled. This was still a child, yet he could actually lift it to such a stage. It was extremely shocking. Hong. Unfortunately, he was not able to lift it above his head, and his 2 arms were already shaking. He released it with a honglong sound, and a large pit remained where the cauldron stood as granules of earth flew everywhere. Since someone decided to try it first, all of the other kids were eager to give it a try as well. In this way, each kid walked up and tried to move the cauldron. However, not a single person succeeded. A big child with thick eyebrows and big eyes called Shi Dezhuang walked forward, and after taking in a huge breath, he used his strength to grab one of the cauldron's handles and one of its legs to fiercely lift it up, and only then did it successfully get lifted above his head. Although his arms were slightly shaking and both his legs were slightly swaying, he finally succeeded, causing all the adults to exclaim in astonishment. This was because this child was merely 9 years old, and could be claimed as being naturally born with divine force. Dezhuang performed really well. In the future he will definitely be incredible. This is only a 9-year-old baby. Being able to lift roughly 1,000 jins worth of weight, there aren't many people of his age who are comparable to him. In the future, he will inevitably be one of this region's most powerful individuals. The adults were naturally not stingy with their praises, and even gave Meng endless encouragement and praise. This was because he almost succeeded as well, and his strength was astonishing. Several elders were smiling as well. The amount of effort they put in over these last few years were not wasted, since these fierce beasts' true blood were often used to forge and discipline these children's bodies. Now that these results were visible, in the future, Stone Village will have many ferocious individuals. "Little guy, you are sticking your head out and looking around. Can it be that you want to try it out as well?" teased some of the adults. Within the crowd, there was a little guy curiously looking around, and that was precisely the little guy. Now, he finally received a name, and he was named Sure How. His figure was still extremely small, and he had to tiptoe while pushing into the crowd to see the big kids lift the cauldron. That's right. Everyone says that little How has so much limitless divine force that it is astonishing. Although his age is a bit young, he should come and try it as well. Don't lift up the cauldron first. Come and grab this stone lock. Someone lifted his head and said, listening to my child words, little How's strength is not any less than theirs. I never believed them. And now that there's an opportunity, the little guy should come and try it out. Sure How was now 3.5, and his jet-black hair fell down to his shoulders. His big eyes were black and brilliant and were extremely lively. He was white and clean, pretty and cute. The little guy looked toward the several elders who all had smiling expressions on their faces. Shi Yunfeng said, Go. I also want to see how much strength you currently possess as well. Yeah, hey. Sure How was still extremely small, and the sounds he made while using his strength were naturally soft and immature. However, he effortlessly lifted the big stone roller. Not simple. The others all nodded their heads. Afterwards, he also lifted up a stone grindstone plate and suddenly threw it. With a sound, that heavy stone tool looked like it was a common piece of rock that was casually tossed aside, and flew a total distance of over 60 or 70 meters. With a hong sound, the grindstone plate smashed into the ground and produced a huge ditch, causing sand to fly in every direction. The dust rose everywhere, and the ground violently trembled. Everyone stared blankly and were unable to say anything. Following that, the little guy suddenly ran towards that black fat cow and quickly used his strength to grab one of its horns, directly caused it to fall towards the ground. Although his strength was used with skill, it still meant that his strength was extraordinary. Accompanied with the sound of cold breaths, the villagers felt that they were looking at a small fierce beast showing off its power, shocking their vision. You have to understand that the current little Sure How was still really young and was the shortest inside the village. No matter how you looked at it, he still looked like a small baby, and it was hard to associate his body with his immense strength. Under the shocked expressions, Sure How walked towards the large cauldron and tried to stand up as tall as he could. It was impossible for him to grab the cauldron's handles, and so he directly crouched down his little body to prop up the base of the cauldron. Soon after, he abruptly used his strength, and with a hong-long sound, the bronze large copper was lifted up above his head. Everyone there was stupefied and could not believe what they were seeing in front of them. A 3.5-year-old child could actually lift up the 1,000-gene copper cauldron. This was simply too ridiculous. What in the world is this? This is like a child of the legendary golden-winged Peng One. Almost like a pure-blooded Pai Xiu emperor's son. Little Sure How might be comparable to a real young ancient fierce beast. The villagers were all petrified, and were all in a stupid daze. Although they had already heard about this previously and knew that the little guy's physique far exceeded his peers, no one could have imagined that it was so abnormal. He shouldn't have even used the bone text's mysterious powers yet, right? Someone asked. No, he didn't. I saw very clearly that he purely utilized his body's strength. The hunting group's leader Shi Linghu replied. Hong. The little guy Sure How threw the copper cauldron to the ground, and as it smashed into the ground, smoke and dust polluted the air. He quickly took a step back, avoiding the rising dust. This loud noise once again made the villagers' hearts tighten. This truly was a little devil. The results were really hard to believe. A 3-year-old infant lifted up a 1,000-gene cauldron. Not to mention within the mountain range's vicinity, it would be difficult to find someone like him even within the limits of this earth. The villagers were all mind-blown, and even Chief Shi Yunfeng was startled. He did not believe that Sure How could lift up such a large cauldron at his current age, and never expected it at all. Is this real? How could that little brat Sure How have such a ridiculous amount of strength? I have never heard of a child like this one. It really is quite inconceivable. If he did not have the body of a human, I would have thought that some ancient beast's child came here. All of the villagers turned around, and they were commenting on the little guy's striking performance. Chief, you've been to a few prosperous regions, right? Have you met any children like this one? That's right. Yunfeng, you've been to many powerful tribes. Have you heard about anyone like this little devil? Even some of the elders couldn't hold themselves back any longer and had to ask. Sure, Yunfeng replied. I was once at a clan that had several million members and met several of their extraordinary children. They all had unlimited amounts of great resources that would cause anyone to be stupefied. Although they were quite formidable for their ages, compared to the little guy, they were still somewhat lacking. The villagers who heard that all blanked, and then all began to laugh. This was heaven showing favor towards Stone Village. A young child that had power similar to an archaic beast's descendant. What would happen once he properly grew up? Stone Village would become prosperous because of him. An elder said while analyzing, those large, rich, and powerful clans have as many experts as trees in a forest. They must have killed fierce beasts that were beyond frightening and used the true blood of rarely seen archaic beasts to refine and baptize the bodies of their especially talented children. Otherwise, the difference when compared to the little guy would be even greater. There are various limitless fields, vast and boundless. Those great clans and aristocratic territories from legends might have even more formidable children. After all, the world is too big, and the things we understand are merely a small corner of what is truly out there. Said Shi Yunfeng. The display of martial arts this time made all of the villagers extremely happy. The children were all quite strong, and the potential for growth was great. As for Shi Hao, that was a happiness beyond their expectations, since his performance was truly too shocking. While everyone began to scatter, several clan elders as well as Shi Linghu and some other important individuals did not leave. They continued to seriously discuss like before, as if the discussion they had previously never ended. When Shi Hao grows up in the future, in a one-on-one situation, won't he be able to defeat a ferocious, pure-blooded juvenile swan and eye with his bare hands? As long as even one of those legendary archaic beasts comes out, then even an extremely powerful and large clan would be easily destroyed. One of the elders extinguished his burning thoughts and said, having potential while you are young does not necessarily mean that you will become a powerful individual that will shock the world. You have to know that there are countless geniuses who faded away while they were young. Everyone was speechless, and soon after nodded their heads. Shi Yunfeng frowned and said, now that you mention it, Shi Hao was born in this village, so he was not born with the physique of those other children with Xiantian parents. He had a worse start than them, and we cannot provide for him like those major clans with archaic true blood, mountain treasures, panaceas, etc. Shi Linghu said, right now he is still young. If it was before, then maybe he really would have been too late to catch up to the children from those great clans. Shi Yunfeng thought for a bit before saying, according to my understanding, once a talented child reached 5 years old within one of those great clans inside the Great Earth's limits, they would enter their life's first crucial baptism. They would be placed inside of a copper furnace, a good deal of panaceas as well as archaic true blood and a few other ingredients to slowly refine the body, allowing it to increase in strength. The others all softly sighed. After all, this was only a small village. Was it really possible for them to compete with those great clans? It wasn't even possible for them to procure those panaceas and the archaic true blood from legends. We'll just try our best to kill some giant beasts and extract some of their precious blood. We'll accumulate it bit by bit and prepare for the little guy's 5-year-old baptism. Sighed an elder. Shi Linghu frowned and brought up another issue. In order to be able to compete with those powerful kids from legends, besides shedding your body and building a strong foundation, practicing an inherited cultivation technique is also an important issue. Chief Shi Yunfeng nodded his head and replied, I will look for a solution to this issue. Everyone at that time became stumped for words. They all knew in the past, the chief left to explore the distant regions. He had entered quite a few sections. In the end, through the price of blood and lives, he brought back some bone texts. Could it be that those were comparable to the ones passed down by those major clans? 10 or so brothers went through life or death struggles together, and only 2 of them returned while immersed in blood. In the end, only the chief survived, yet he still contracted some strange disease. His past was something that he never talked about, and none of the villagers asked him about it either. What exactly happened that year? There was obviously a secret that he didn't want to reveal. In the following days, Chief Shi Yunfeng was always extremely busy, and would often be slowly refining medicinal herbs. Within the courtyard, the stove cauldron never ran out of fire, and the smell of medicine was extremely strong. Grandpa Chief, you don't need to work so hard and be so tired. You need to rest too. The little guy's eyelashes were rather long, and were prettier than those of little girls as he thoughtfully advised the old man to take a break. There's no need. Shi Yunfeng laughed while shaking his head. Several clan elders as well as Shi Linghu and the other people who were familiar with the situation didn't tell Shi how too much. He didn't know that Shi Yunfeng was actually preparing for his 5-year-old baptism. With the setting sun came the returning hunting troop. Each of them had a wild beast on their shoulders. Although there were some that were wounded, they were still all talking and laughing. The chief's stone courtyard was located near the village entrance, and Shi Hao was currently standing in front of the courtyard entrance while looking at everyone who was returning. "Uncles, you've all returned." He lifted his small, innocent, and tender face. His eyes were clear and were a brilliant black as he politely greeted the returning group of individuals. "Come here, these are your favorite berries. Uncle picked them especially for you." Shi Linghu handed over a package wrapped in animal skin. After opening it up, the inside was a bright red. A sweet scent traveled around, and each round fruit were like sparkling and translucent carnelians. "Thank you, Uncle." Shi Hao blinked his big eyes, and happily received the berries. At nightfall, the villagers once again offered the beast corpses to the willow tree as sacrifices. After finishing the ceremony, some of the more spiritual prey was delivered to the chief's courtyard. Soon after, the smell of blood began to spread from the stone courtyard. Several fierce beasts were lined up over there, their bodies trickling with blood. Moreover, the beasts' bodies were gradually drying up, and were flickering with symbols, making them appear strange and mysterious. That was the bone text, and at this moment, it was interwoven within the blood as tiny streaks of electricity streaked across. It looked as if Shi Yunfeng was performing sorcery, and he was currently using a mysterious force to slowly refine the best features of the beast's blood to obtain the blood medicine. After undergoing continuous smelting and refining, the amount of beast blood decreased more and more. At the end, there was only a single drop of blood left, and it was collected into a jade container. The blood bead was sparkling and translucent, and was brilliant like a blood diamond. According to what is recorded in the bone text, during the 5-year-old baptism, the panacea, true blood and other mysterious components will have a mystical effect on one's foundation, greatly affecting one's future. Chief Shi Yunfeng softly spoke. He did not want to waste Shi Hao's talent, and did not want him to fall behind the other major clan's geniuses. He was always thinking of ways to save up the materials needed for his baptism. It's better to go without than to go with a bad option. Only high-quality true blood is useful for the little guy. Unfortunately, it really is simply too rare. In addition, if it was excessively powerful, it might be too difficult to handle. He quietly said to himself. Originally, the lush mountain forests were permeated with in an overcast aura. Poisonous insects roamed about, and the roaring beasts were oppressive like thunder. There were vicious tigers, poisonous snakes, as well as other creatures that left behind distinct smells that attacked one's nostrils, making people's skin and bones tremble. Or, from within the mountain range, a thunder-like roar could be heard, causing the mountain stones to tumble. The rumbles echoed, the forest violently swayed, and leaves madly flew about. In the distance, large and ferocious beasts roamed about. A group of kids' faces were turning pale. There was already some distance between them and Stone Village as they were hiding from the adults. They entered the old forest, but luckily they didn't enter the vicious beasts' true dwelling areas. "Brother Dazhuang, the mountain forest is too dangerous. We are still too young. We shouldn't go forward anymore," a small child said with a trembling voice. They grew up near this mountain forest and naturally knew the dangers associated with it. There were many types of vicious beasts, and even their parents had to be extremely careful when venturing inside this mountain forest, as even they could easily lose their lives. The children in this group were still young, and there were a total of around 10 kids. The leader of that group was precisely that Shi Dezhuang who lifted up that 1,000 gene copper cauldron. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes as well as thick and bulky arms. Moreover, his height almost overtook those of some adults. He looked towards another person and asked, "Pai Ho one, how much farther is it?" Pai Ho's birth name was Shi Zhongho and he was born dry and skinny. However, he had great strength as well as being clever and quick-witted. He replied, "I heard from Uncle Linghu that Cliff Village is not very far and is in this direction, so we should be there soon." "Sure, how? What's your opinion?" Shi Dezhuang asked. In the past, Sure How was only the group of kids Bum Beetle and Simple tagged along wherever they went. Ever since he lifted up that copper cauldron and made all the adults look at him like he was a little freak, there was no need to describe the reactions of the kids. He immediately became one of their group's backbone members. "It will be very dangerous if we keep walking." Little Sure How's voice was sharp and clear, and his clear black and white eyes were darting back and forth as he realistically spoke. "But the distance from here really isn't that far," Shi Dezhuang said. More than half the children moved and wanted to keep going. "If you guys want to go, then I am going too," Little Shi How said in a young and immature voice. Just like this, the group of children once again continued their journey and traveled roughly 1 li. The big trees began to thin out, and the vegetation became more and more scarce. Vicious beasts appeared more and more frequently, and waves of ominous energy permeated the air. Within the rugged stone mountains was the large stone forest. It was quiet and noiseless, and scattered on the floor were a few large beasts' dead remains, snow-white and astonishing. Pai Ho looked around and said in a soft voice, "It's right here. I heard Uncle Linghu talk about it before. Their hideout is located on a cliff in the abyss of stone forest." Shi Dezhuang also lowered his voice and reminded all of the children, "These beast bones are most likely the remains of a beast's meal. Although at this moment it should not be inside of its nest, we still need to be careful. You absolutely cannot be discovered. Otherwise, it's highly likely that you will lose your lives." The 10 or so children all grew up within the great desolate area. Their vigilance was extremely high, similar to those of small mountain beasts. They quickly and nimbly hid within the cracks of stone forest to cover their bodies. They briefly surveyed their surroundings and utilized the wind to scout out odors. Afterwards, they mutually nodded their heads, and with the vigor of apes and monkeys, they charged into the stone forest's deepest parts. Along the way, they encountered many skeletal remains. There were ordinary bones that were snow-white and enormous, covering roughly 5 to 6 meters in length, as well as large millstone-sized beast skulls. They all came from the various vicious beasts and birds that were feasted upon, causing the place to develop a dead atmosphere. It needs to rest here for a bit after all. If it reproduces and produces descendants, when our stone village's residents enter the mountain range, they will definitely be faced with this deadly threat. Uncle Linghu and the others have already discussed this for a few days and observed its characteristics and habits. These children were mumbling while speeding along. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were like 10 little tornadoes as they charged into the stone forest abyss. In front of them was a stone cliff. The area was barren and it became increasingly more silent. There was a huge nest built at the top of the cliff out of strips of black wood, and it emanated a gloomy feeling. The children, all distantly separated, were hidden between the cracks of the mountain rocks. The black nest was gigantic, and its diameter stretched 10 meters long. Anyone could see that the nest belonged to a vicious bird. So it was here. This green-scaled eagle wandered for a long time before finally building this gigantic nest. So what Linghu uncle said was true, and it's going to have babies. The eyes of the group of children sparkled. This was their main goal. These were all types of really aggressive and powerful birds, and their bodies possessed magical blood. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and if the bird decided to prey on any beast or vicious being, they would be dead. It would be difficult for them to escape alive. Under Uncle Linghu and the others' observations, that male green-scaled eagle had not shown itself lately, and there was a chance that some unexpected accident happened within the mountain range that caused it to perish. Every day during noontime, a female bird would appear to hunt prey. If we want to get any closer, now is the best opportunity, Paiho said. The group of kids clenched their fists tightly, and it was obvious that they were quite nervous. At the same time, however, there was a look of anticipation and excitement. These kids who all grew up within the mountain forest were all bold and daring. Otherwise, they would not have acted on their own and traveled to a dangerous place like this. Everyone, hide inside these stone cracks. I'll throw a stone to test things out, a dark-skinned child spoke. His name was Meng, and the villagers all called him Meng. During Stone Village's martial arts practice, he directly knocked down a fat cow and almost lifted up that 1,000-gene copper cauldron. Within this group of kids, he was second only to Hao and Dezhuang. With a hoo sound, a large piece of rock took flight and charged into the distance before a dong sound finally rang out. It dropped in front of the stone cliff, and it fell onto a pile of rubble, making a large noise. All of them were startled, but luckily, there weren't any signs of activity on the mountain cliff. Meng, don't be so reckless. Be a bit more careful. I wanted to test to see if it was currently inside of its nest. Now that we know that there's no problem, let's hurry and check it out, Meng said while hinting his intent to rush forwards. Brother Meng, let's first wait a bit. Little Hao spoke as he grabbed a decently sized rock and threw it with force. With a so sound, it flew towards the stone cliff and landed near the nest with a loud echoing noise. After a short period of time, the mountain cliff became very peaceful again, and the green-scaled eagle did not actually appear. Let's go! The group of children were like a group of beasts, and with loud shouts, they charged at lightning speed towards the rocky cliff. Brother Dezhuang and the others wait here. Let me go up there and take a look first, said Hao. You're a little baby that hasn't even stopped drinking milk yet. It's enough if you just stand on the side and watch. We'll go. Dezhuang spoke, and the group of children laughed. Even now, the little guy still drank milk and was constantly being teased. I started eating meat a long time ago. I only drink it sometimes as water. The little guy was acting upset and wrinkling his nose. He stared with his big eyes that were like large black gems while trying to defend himself. Of course, the little guy was very smart and knew that the bigger kids were not really mocking him but were rather looking after him. They were not willing to let him be the first one to take the risk of going up. I am faster than you guys, so if there is danger, I will also be able to quickly escape. The little guy did not wait for their response, and like a little monkey, he rushed over with a so sound and began climbing the stone cliff cleverly and nimbly. Don't let it notice us. We are going as well. Dezhuang, Meng and Paiho all followed closely behind and similarly chased like monkeys. The cliff had many cracks, and the children borrowed them to quickly climb up. They grew up within the great mountains alongside the jungles. Naturally, their climbing abilities were formidable and were not inferior to the mountain range's fiendish apes by much. I finally climbed all the way to the top. The stone cliff was 300 meters high. After the little guy arrived, the other 3 individuals arrived shortly after. Only when all of them stuck out their heads did they walk towards that huge nest. What an enormous nest! Paiho gasped in admiration. Standing a bit closer while watching, they all felt that it was shocking. The nest was 10 meters wide and was made out of a black wood. It occupied the majority of the cliff's apex, and it was even bigger than one of Stone Village's houses. Outside of the bird's residence, there were also some large, sticky blood-covered bones on top of the cliff. Each one was taller than an adult and was absolutely horrifying. In particular, on top of that millstone-sized beast bone, there were still some terrifying claw marks. There were still some bloodstains left on them, making them appear extremely sinister. These are the skeletal remains of the dragon-fanged elephant. It really is scary. A single winged beast could actually feast on such a huge elephant. Meng cried out in alarm. Let's not worry about these things for now, Dezhuang said, and began to climb the blackbird nest. Arriving on top of the nest, they immediately felt waves of dense odor as well as a bloody odor. The edges of the nest were a dark red color, and it was evident that the green-scaled eagle ate its meals at the edge of its nest. After being contaminated with all types of beast blood for such a long time, this place developed an extremely deep baleful aura. That ferocious bird is not here. Come look. There are several bird eggs. Several children cried out in alarm and were extremely reckless. From what they eavesdropped in the village, the flying beasts all came from eggs. Perfect. Let's quickly carry them out and raise them within the village. In the future, we will have giant ferocious birds to help us hunt. Bring back the prey. Hi-Ho excitedly yelled. The inside of the nest was layered with soft golden silk grass. It looked really comfortable, and the sparkling and translucent jade-like eggs peacefully emerged from inside that area. On the outside of the egg were net-like patterns as well as scattered dots, and its luster flickered in the light. These ferocious bird eggs were all as big as water basins. Beneath the flickering glare, they were dark green like cornelian, and under the sunlight, the stripes were bright and dazzling. The dark-skinned Meng was giggling foolishly to the point where his saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. He quickly walked forward and said, "This is the biggest nest I've ever stolen from and the biggest egg I've ever seen. Hee, that's right. It's only when I steal from this kind of nest that I feel a sense of accomplishment." Hi-Ho insipidly laughed like a mountain monkey. Truly beautiful. The little guy sure how's eyelashes fluttered as his large eyes blinked. He watched the 3 warm bird eggs that were full of luster glisten like crystals. He could not help but rejoice. Being the youngest, he was extremely curious and wanted to hold the eggs to examine them closely. Meng approached closer, but right when he reached out his hand to touch the giant egg, he let out an "Ayo" sound. He felt like his arm had gone numb, as if it had been shocked by electricity. What is going on? The several children were alarmed. On the jade-like eggshell, spots and markings shone beautifully like a star glowing in the sky, and a mysterious power was flowing around it. Truly powerful. The green-scaled eagle is the descendant of an archaic beast, and although its bloodline has not been pure since long ago, inside its life imprint were still several bone texts that had been passed down. The little guy said this with a crisp voice. He studied the bone text every day and managed to draw an inkling of insight from this. The children were all startled and happy. The creature who gave birth to these eggs was rare and powerful, and so the hatchlings would definitely inherit its rare and precious bloodline. In the future, they could protect the village and be comparable to a village's guardian spirit. The brilliant radiance only flows about the spots on the eggshells. Be careful not to touch those areas, and put them into the animal hide pouches. We need to hurry and leave. Dezhuang was tall and strong, as well as very sturdy and solid. He urged the others to hurry up, as now was not the time to be idling about. Naturally, they had already made preparations earlier. Each person carried an animal skin pouch, and they quickly opened it and very carefully placed the vicious bird eggs into them. Altogether there was 3 water basin-sized jasper eggs, and other than the little guy, each of the other 3 individuals carried 1 pouch. "This is great, we actually succeeded." Meng was very happy, and he laughed until a snot bubble almost formed. Hi-Ho was also giggling, and he said, "In the future, our stone village will have powerful vicious birds as guardians. The chief, Uncle Linghu, and the others will all be convinced that we have done great and look at us in a different light." "Ayo!" Dezhuang staggered and almost fell, but was propped up by the little guy. The vicious bird's nest was covered in golden silk grass, making it really soft. However, in the center, there were a few hidden scales that gave off flashes of chilly metal luster. Dezhuang wasn't paying attention to the ground and stepped on one. It pierced through his shoe, causing some blood to drip out from his sole. Fortunately, only the skin was scratched. Such sharp scales! The little guy sure how took the green scales and collected them with his hands. They were each the size of an infant and flickered with cold light. This has to be the mature vicious bird's scales. No wonder it is out of the ordinary. I reckon that even a broadsword nearing 100 jin in weight would not be able to split open these scales. Hi-Ho said. The few kids did not dare dawdle around, and they rapidly descended along the cliff like lizards. They reached the ground extremely quickly, wiped off their sweat, and let out a deep breath. How was it? Did you guys gain anything? The group of children all gathered around. We succeeded. We smuggled out a bunch of bird eggs. Haha. Meng laughed loudly. The children opened the animal hide pouches and looked at the contents inside. They all gasped in admiration when they saw the eggs that were as large as water basins. The eggs were shining like gems with mysterious clear specks. Awesome! We succeeded. These are actually the powerful vicious birds' eggs. Our stone village will have flying battle birds in the future. Let's leave. They were happy and excited, and they pranced around like a group of little mountain beasts. Moving swiftly, they soon left Stone Forest and the green-scaled eagle's home. This time things really went smoothly. Let's leave this place quickly. The mountain forest was dense with plant growth, and the dead leaves piled up into thick layers, providing soft ground to step on. Large trees reached high into the sky as they covered the scorching sun. Old vines were like dragons as they snaked around the trees. In the distant area, various beasts roared from time to time, shaking the mountain area. The distance from their current location to Stone Village was not that far. They were in a relatively safe area, and they did not actually go near the dangerous areas within the Great Mountains where ferocious beasts roamed about. We're almost there. One more burst of energy. Let's run back to the village in one breath. Although the group of children were extremely excited, they still felt a bit of worry within their hearts. After all, it was a green-scaled eagle that even made all of the strongest and fittest adults from the village feel fear. They successfully made away with the green-scaled eagle's eggs from within its nest, and it didn't feel real. Suddenly, a bird cry rang out within the vast sky as if it could pierce gold and split stones. The sound was extremely sharp and intense, and had a type of penetrating nature, causing the group of children's eardrums to hurt. Oh no! That green-scaled eagle must have returned and gone mad after discovering her 3 eggs missing. One of the children cried out, "Escape quickly!" Little sure how eyes were very bright, and could see through the cracks between the huge trees. He saw that in the sky there was a shadow circling about and heading this way. High up in the sky, the gales were howling. A huge bird casted a huge shadow over the mountain forest and dove down with an extremely fast speed. Its entire body was flowing with a cyan-colored cold light, and the vicious chi was astonishing. By now, all the other kids had seen that in the distance. An enormous bird was flying in the sky towards the mountain forest. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was like a star falling from the sky. The speed was frightening. Holy shit! What a huge bird! Run for it! The children were all crying out in alarm, and felt fear grow within their hearts. Its body was 7 or 8 meters wide, and when it expanded its wings, it would cover 15 meters. Its entire body was covered in green-colored scales, and they were flickering with a chilly metal luster as its fiendish aura oppressed everything. The group of kids were scampering off in all directions, madly trying to escape by relying on their familiarity of the mountain forest. They specifically ran towards the secret areas to hide from the vicious beast that was covered in scales and radiating cold light. Hong! Several towering great trees were smashed to pieces by its steel wings, causing the branches and leaves to fly all over the place, and fragments to fly everywhere. It appeared as if it was forged out of metal, and while diving down, it crushed all obstacles in its path. This made people horrified, and the children were all screaming loudly. Their faces were all pale and they were running away as fast as they could. This huge monster was extremely scary, and with its steel wings smashing about, it destroyed everything. Its scales were flickering with the forest's cold radiance, and with a single dive, it destroyed a large part of the mountain forest, causing wood fragments and ruined leaves to flutter about. It was too powerful. Its body was incomparably solid, and its 2 wings were like wide blades. It was completely capable of breaking apart a mountain peak. Those forest trees did not stand a chance. It was similar to a huge eagle, however its body did not have a single feather. Thick scales covering its body, making it look like it was forged out of molten metal, full of shocking power. The curved eagle beak gave off a black light and was pointed like a spear. It was almost a meter long, and there was still the blood of vicious beasts on top of it. It was obvious that it had just returned from its hunt. In addition, its claws were even more intimidating. They gave off a cold radiance in the forest, and they were extremely sharp. They were almost a meter in length, and they could easily tear apart an enormous elephant. On its head were some plume-like protrusions, but they were definitely not feathers. Instead, they were sharp, bony outgrowths. Like a row of thorns, they could easily tear open a large, vicious beast's chest. This was precisely the green-scaled eagle, and its body was covered densely in ice-cold cyan scales. Its body was full of boundless power as if it was forged out of steel. It was sweeping across the mountain forest, causing the large forest to become empty. Hong! Within the rumbling sounds, the towering large trees were being broken tree after tree, and many of the trees were so thick that a dozen men could wrap their arms around it. The green-scaled eagle directly swooped down, and its steel wings broke apart all obstacles in its way, making branches and leaves fly everywhere. There was a loud pung sound, and a giant mountain rock that was in its path was completely obliterated. Sparks flew everywhere and stones scattered randomly. Many 100-gene heavy rocks smashed in all four directions, breaking many huge trees. It was an extremely shocking sight. All the kids felt cold from their hair all the way down to their bones. This green-scaled eagle was simply too strong. If not for that piece of mountain rock blocking its attacks, many of them would most likely have been killed. After the green-scaled eagle destroyed a large area of the mountain forest, it flew back into the sky and hovered in midair. Its sharp eagle eyes coldly stared downwards, preparing to dive down once again to kill the children that were currently escaping. The village is not far from here. Let's rush there quickly. The children shouted loudly. There's not enough time. The speed is too fast. There's no way we can escape back to the village, shouted Pai Ho. He was grimacing in pain, as he had just been pelted in the arm by a rock as a result of the chaos. A huge chunk of flesh was broken, and blood flowed directly from that wound. There is a rather deep cave over here. Let's hide in there for a while. The little guy Sure How yelled towards everyone. They were fleeing within the mountains, and after bypassing some large rocks, they charged into a group of giant vines. The little guy stealthily slipped in, and when the other kids saw this, they all followed closely behind. This was a very damp cave, and it was covered with vines. A vague water-dripping noise could be heard, and the lighting was extremely dim, making it almost pitch black. The cavern was incomparably serene and hidden, and after entering, none of the children wanted to stand still. They all madly rushed in, and only after running 10 meters did they stop. Within the darkness, there were heavy breathing sounds. After running continuously for 500 meters, the 10 or so children were all exhausted. Just now they were frightened and scared. That green-scaled eagle was too powerful. If that vicious bird caught up, one claw swipe would turn them into a pile of bloody mud and crushed bones. Who so dangerous? Just a bit more and we would have been finished. After escaping the calamity and getting a renewed life, they all sat their buttocks on the ground. This cave entrance isn't too large, so that vicious bird should not be able to enter. Although the children began to relax a bit, they did not forget to take precautions. The experience they faced this time was truly dangerous, and their corpses were almost buried within the mountain forest. After escaping that archaic devil bird descendant's claws, they finally began to feel a bit more tranquil, and their backs were covered with a layer of cold sweat. The cave was extremely deep and was linked up to an underground river. Cold wind swished by, and the children were looking at each other in dismay. Some of them were anxious. How were they going to return to Stone Village? None of them dared to exit this cave. That's right. Little guy, how did you know that there was a cave here? After they calmed down a bit, the group of children remembered that, at the crucial moment, the little guy found this path of life. Yeah! The little guy was a bit embarrassed, and shyly played with the corners of his clothes. In a small murmuring noise, he said, "Last time, I ran out of the village while chasing after a scarlet sparrow, and almost got lost. I accidentally stumbled here. The group of kids became mute. The little guy was great at everything, but he was too restless and was extremely curious about everything. When he was little, there was a time when he also ran out of the village chasing the chief's big yellow dog. Hee hee. The 3-year-old little How still drinks milk and chases after everything. The older kids were all teasing him. The little guy felt embarrassed and was puffing his cheeks. Pouting with rage, he innocently said, "Stop laughing, you guys." That was a sparrow completely covered in a blood-red color. It looked exactly like the archaic divine vermilion bird recorded in the bone texts. Che, forget about those legendary existences. Even a red cloud bird or a later generation would all be able to eliminate a super clan. If it really was a vermilion bird, would it allow you to chase after it? Just a yawn from it would obliterate an emperor's territory. But it really was exactly the same as what was recorded on the bone text. It was a deep red and extremely beautiful. The little guy was trying to defend himself, and his small white hands were gripped tightly. His little flushed red face was a bit emotional, and his black jewel-like big eyes were radiating in the darkness. Dong! Suddenly, an oppressive sound rang out and roused all the children. They turned their heads to look, and saw ice-cold and metallic radiance flickering at the cave entrance. The green-scaled eagle's head appeared, and its pupils were astonishingly cold and deep as it stared at the children within the cave. Heavens, he's coming! Many of the children's faces suddenly lost color, becoming incomparably pale. There's no problem. The entrance is not large. There's no way he can enter. Meng was quite brave, and while speaking, he picked up a face-sized rock and threw it with all of his strength. Pong! With such a huge rock thrown with his 1,000 gene strength, the speed was fast, and the power was formidable as well. It immediately smashed into the green-scaled eagle's head. However, the only thing that happened was a few sparks flew and a sound began to echo. That metal-like green-colored scale flickered with cold light, and was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the rock split into 4 pieces before falling to the ground. Everyone took in a cold breath. This vicious bird had copper skin and metal bones, and it was too powerful. It made people tremble inside. Pooh! With one claw, it instantly easily grabbed several hundred jins' weight of rock, as if it was a sharp iron hook clawing at mud. The group of children were dumbstruck. Could it be that not even the cave's entrance could stop it? Kacha! The sound of rocks shattering once again rang out. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and streaked across the sky like a knife, splitting the rock walls into pieces. Huge rocks rumbled and tumbled, and that huge body stubbornly forced its way in. Too scary. It could blast open a low mountain like this? It won't actually collapse this cavern and flatten this area, right? Hi-Ho took out his bow and readied an arrow. That was a dragon horn hard bow, and it was cut from the dragon-fanged elephant. Normally, only the adults could pull back the strings, as it was made from Stone Village's best bow materials. Show! An arrow flew out with extreme speed and great power. The arrow flew like a meteor, swift and fierce. Dang! However, what caused people to be shocked was that the arrow shot towards the green-scaled eagle's head only created a string of sparks. Its scales were truly difficult to penetrate. Even this type of hard bow and sharp arrow were not effective. Everyone felt scared and upset. What were they going to do now? Even such a strong bow could not harm it. Other than this, there was simply no way they would go up and fight it in close combat. They were stuck in a desperate situation. Yeah, let me try. The little guy borrowed an iron spear from the body of a big child that was only 40 or 50 gene in weight. He burst it into a small run, and then he suddenly gained speed as he rushed towards the entrance. At the end, he ferociously tossed the iron spear, and it appeared as if a strip of lightning pierced the air as cold light charged towards the entrance. Sure How, who could lift up the 1,000 gene copper cauldron, used all of his strength to throw the iron spear. Its penetrating power was frightening as it shot towards the green-scaled eagle's pupil. The iron spear covered the sky, made a whistling sound, and pressured air followed it with booming sounds. The green-scaled eagle continued to loathingly claw at the children, and right now was the first moment where it actually expressed a hint of amazement. It quickly moved its head, and did not dare let its eyes get pierced by that iron spear. After a large chong sound, the iron spear shot out with astonishing speed and power as it smashed into the green-scaled eagle's head. As if two slabs of metal plates were grinded together, sparks flew everywhere, and the emitted sound was extremely ear-piercing. Finally, the iron spear fell onto the floor, but a scale on the corners of the vicious bird's eyes also fell. A stream of blood trickled out, and it was extremely eye-catching. A reverberating sound rang out from the green-scaled eagle, and it felt as if lightning was hacking away at one's soul. It was grand and massive at first, before transforming into a sharp and penetrating sound. It was like a dragon's roar, extremely terrifying. Several kids were so startled they took a few steps back before falling with their buttocks onto the ground. They used their hands to cover their ears at once, otherwise their eardrums would have been damaged. The vicious bird carelessly allowed itself to get wounded, and thus as a result went mad. The eagle's eyes were cold like sharp blades, and he stared at little Sure How. Brandishing its huge claws, it madly clawed at the cave's walls and vigorously forced itself in. Rocks rolled everywhere, from 10 gene to more than 100 gene, and were crushed as if they were rotting wood. The cavern was being torn open, and the green-scaled eagle angrily cried out as it attacked. "Shoot! This giant bird is going crazy. We won't be clawed into pieces by it, right?" Pai Ho and the others were all scared, and some of the children were beginning to regret it. No wonder the adults never acted blindly without thinking. This vicious bird was too frightening. "This place is quite close to Stone Village. Grandpa Chief and the others will definitely hear the activity and send people to rescue us." Little Sure How spoke. "That's right. Let's use all of our strength to attack and infuriate it, causing it to make even more sounds. Chief and the others will definitely discover it sooner," Shi Dezhuang said as he picked up a large rock and ferociously smashing it towards the vicious bird. The bird's cry became even more terrifying, and shook the cave until dust began to fall everywhere. Rocks rolled everywhere, and that large and densely covered body approached step by step, furiously tearing open the stone walls. The group of children used their bows and arrows to shoot at its eyes and delivered their iron spears to Sure How, Meng, and Shi Dezhuang. They allowed the 3 most powerful individuals to shoot the spears at the green-scaled eagle's eyes. The mountain forest rocks collapsed everywhere, and leaves madly danced about. The vicious bird closed its eyes and retreated several steps from the cave, completely flattened the surrounding mountain area. "What's going on? What caused that green-scaled eagle to go so mad as to come to our village and cause such a ruckus?" The people inside of Stone Village began to notice the abnormality, and began to become suspicious. They quickly sent people to report to several elders, and a group of people arrived at the village head's high platform area to watch from the sidelines. "Chief, today I saw Meng, Dezhuang and the little guy skulking around furtively. This trouble should not be their fault, right? These brats." Lin, who smacked his thigh, suddenly remembering that while they were discussing about the green-scaled eagle, Pai Ho and a few other kids were sneakily eavesdropping. Chief Shi Yunfeng immediately understood the severity of the situation after obtaining this information. In an extremely decisive manner, he said, "Quickly go fetch the 2 ancestral artifacts. We will go together." The strongest men within Stone Village all took action, and for the sake of the children, their eyes all became red. "Who cares if you are some archaic devil bird's descendant? We will still fight." Some of them carried 100-gene wolf fang poles, and some carried super bows that were as tall as people. Some of them even carried black iron broadswords that were almost as tall as them. They looked ferocious and murderous. "Relax, nothing will happen to the kids. If that featherless eagle dares to do anything, I'll definitely slice it into pieces and feed it to the pigs in the village." These men consoled their wives, loudly shouting before rushing out the villager in a clamor. The group of robust men were like a group of ferocious beasts, and they had powerful, imposing manners. From afar, they had already begun firing arrows, and the thick arrow shafts were like javelins. They were also all iron arrows, and their might was astonishing. Dong, dong. After the giant arrows were fired out, Many trees were pierced through and broken. They were extremely mad and tyrannical. It was like as if a group of tall and savage people screamed by, as they loudly berated the vicious bird. The green-scaled eagle had long withdrawn from the cave entrance, and its ice-cold pupils were staring at these virtuous fighters. It did not know the meaning of fear because it was a top-notch predator within this area. As long as it did not enter the depths of the mountain range, it could do as it pleased. Extending its wings, the furious wind howled. Many of the heavy arrows and metal spears that were shot towards the eagle were blown away. Amidst the clashing noises, sparks madly flew everywhere as the eagle raised its head and cried out loudly. The fury in its eyes grew, and after flapping its wings, it shot towards the group of people. It had a 7 to 8 meter long body that reached 15 meters after extending both its wings. Such a giant figure charging over had an extremely terrifying demeanor. Broken and battered twigs and leaves exploded into pieces, and before the eagle even approached near, the horrifying air currents already made the people's faces hurt. Everyone should defend together. Lin Hu, you go get the sacrificial artifacts, Chief Shi Yunfeng said. With such a terrifying devil bird descendant powerfully shaking about, it would definitely cause disastrous damage. Only by using the ancient treasure artifacts intimidation passed down from the village ancestors would we have a chance of making it run back in fear. Featherless eagle, come here, charge towards me, Shi Lin Hu shouted. Being at the furthermost point, he raised his head and watched as the fierce bird swooped down. Meanwhile, he took out a piece of animal bone that resembled the arm bone of a vicious beast. The pupils of the green-scaled eagle glistened as if it had some sort of reaction and halted its attack. Unwaveringly, the eagle glared at the lusterless bone. It began to take precautions, and its half-meter black beak suddenly released a brilliant light. A symbol appeared, and it began to emit a frightening oppressive power. Good fellow, this green-scaled eagle is surely one of a kind. Its body possessed blood that carries the symbolic mark, representing its formidable strength. Old Chief exclaimed admirably. Roar. Meanwhile, Shi Lin Hu roared while understanding the emergency situation. He persevered and used all his strength to move forward. His left arm glowed, and a bone text appeared and dazzled brilliantly. Suddenly, he took that piece of arm bone and pressed it towards his own arm. Bang! He exhaled powerfully into the air, and it was as if there was a frantic hurricane. It seemed as if the king of beasts has resurrected, and it even frightened the vicious bird in the sky. It rapidly rushed towards the sky to increase the amount of distance between them. Shi Lin Hu's left arm radiated, and that piece of the vicious animal arm bone fused with his own arm. It became a part of his body, and mixed with his flesh mysteriously as if there was no distinction. Not only did that left arm's radiance become increasingly more magnificent, it also condensed an ancient symbol, as if there was a vicious beast that wanted to escape from the symbol itself. This was an ancient item condensed from the precious remains of ancient and powerful vicious beasts. The bone texts grasped by humans were precisely developed from these rare and precious bones, and it was the root of their mysterious power. The arm of the vicious beast fused with Shi Lin Hu's arm, causing a bright light to be emitted. As a result, his power increased sharply. His body that was previously 2 meters tall unexpectedly grew to 3 meters. He became a lot stronger, and strands of lightning-like light curled up around his entire body with astonishing vigor. The green-scaled eagle roared. Even though it was somewhat intimidated by the aura released by the beast bone, it was still unwilling to give up. Brilliant radiance gathered at its curved blade-like black beak, and the symbol became more and more powerful. It was getting ready to attack. A mysterious power was currently accumulating at the bird's beak. It became more and more resplendent, causing all the other birds and animals within the great mountain to shake with fear. Fei Jiao, you come as well. Chief Shi Yunfeng ordered another strong male villager to use the second ancestral artifact. Shi Fei Jiao possessed exceptional strength. He threw down the big wolf-tooth club and began to operate a mysterious power. His chest immediately lit up with bone text, as if stars were sparkling one after another. An old and blood-stained beast hide was retrieved from his bosom and fiercely pressed against his chest. Hong! A ferocious aura began to diffuse in all directions, startling all living creatures within the forest. It was as if an ancient archaic descendant had appeared, startling even the green-scaled eagle in the sky. Its descent was once again halted, and nervousness could be seen within its cold eyes. Shi Feijiao's chest flickered with light. The old piece of ancient beast hide fused with his chest, becoming a part of his skin. It released a powerful vitality and dazzling radiance. Ultimately, a mysterious symbol emerged. A beast head was faintly discernible, as if it was trying to break free from that symbol. Another face seemed to have appeared on Shi Feijiao's chest. With the ancient beast hide merging with his flesh, the text slowly started to take shape, and the terrifying figure of a vicious beast appeared. A boundless pressure engulfed the entire mountain forest, making many people tremble. This was precisely the stone village's other ancestral artifact, a piece of ancient beast hide. It wasn't clear which era this beast hide was from, but it was still evidently shed from the body of an ancient vicious beast. Could condense a rare and powerful symbol. The bone texts that mankind possessed were mostly copied from the precious bones of vicious beasts. However, this didn't mean that all vicious beasts embedded their mysterious powers into their bones. There were still a few that embedded them on their skin, and some even in their heart. The light around Shi Feijiao's body grew more and more radiant, as if a great flame was jumping about. His entire body was resplendent, and from his chest, a thunderous roar sounded. The entire forest was shaken, causing rocks to tumble everywhere. This wasn't some bone text that humans copied and then tried to develop and reproduce, but rather the most primordial type of power. It originated from the original bones and skin, and as a result, it was shockingly powerful. An ordinary village or tribe would never have something like this, let alone the ability to use two ancestral artifacts. It was clear that there was a time when Stone Village was quite extraordinary. Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao stood shoulder to shoulder and looked towards the sky at the vicious bird. They then released the power of the ancestral artifacts, sending a heaven-defying stream of energy towards the heavens. The bushes and brambles nearby were all blown away in front of their eyes. The cold eyes of the green-scaled eagle were bewildered. It dared not approach any closer and seemed to be frozen in fear. Both parties faced each other, and there was a short period of serenity. Ayo, the village head arrived. Uncle Linghu came to save us. A few children poked their head out from within the deep cave and began to cheer. Let's go, village chief and the uncles have come to take us home. Within the stone cave, children came running out like a swarm of bees towards the adults. Even now, Shi Lingyu and Shi Feijiao relied on the ancestral artifacts to provide support as the children and adults quickly reunited. Children, nothing bad happened, right? A bunch of adults came rushing out. They held their children and spun them around as they inspected them for injuries. It's nothing, we're all fine, and there are only a few scratches on some of us, the children responded. It's good that nothing happened. The nervous adults finally calmed down. They immediately began to spank their kids' bottoms. Ow! It hurts. Why are you hurting us? Weren't you worried about us? Why are you guys changing so fast? The children screamed. A robust adult began to speak. This is this and that is that. Since you all aren't hurt, then there must be punishment. You brats didn't even grow any hair yet and you dare to provoke a demonic bird. If I don't spank your butts rotten, then I can't be considered a parent. The hostile green-scaled eagle was in mid-air as it revealed a hint of ominous aura. However, it never dove down, and rather vigilantly stayed in mid-air without immediately taking action. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng shouted, "Let's hurry up and leave." Linghu and Feijiao's understanding of the bone text isn't too profound, so they can't use the ancestral artifacts to their full effect. Let's take advantage of the current situation to return. He was nursing a hidden illness himself and was unsuitable for battle. The children were all found and nothing bad happened to any of them. This was the best news for the villagers. The group of people raised their large clubs and enormous bows in vigilance as they returned to the village with the children in the middle. Wow! Uncle Linghu, you're so awesome. All these years Grandpa Chief always experimented on you guys and unexpectedly produced such wonderful results. You're all geniuses. It's true. And also, Uncle Feijiao, what kind of weapon are you using? Why haven't we seen this before? Is it because you have to understand the bone text to be able to use it? Uncle, you guys are so great and powerful. On the path of retreat, the kids ignored the vicious bird in midair. They took advantage of this situation to flatter the adults, hoping to avoid further reprimanding after returning home. Less smooth talking. When we get back, you all are getting a good beating. Pihu's father's eyes widened. The green-scaled eagle followed them the entire way back until it saw the old willow tree near the village. It didn't dare continue further and could only circle about in midair while crying out angrily. Everyone finally released a sigh of relief. They were feeling an incredible pressure while being followed by the tyrannical descendant, because if even the slightest mishap occurred, many people would have lost their lives. This time, we had to use the ancestral artifacts. I hope that this does not result in any complications, the village chief said. Relax, village chief. Who can even travel through this treacherous mountain region? No one could have seen anything, Linghu said. Hopefully it is as you say. The items we inherited from our ancestors had been gathering dust for a long time. It would be great if no unforeseeable incidents happened as a result of this, Yunfeng said lightly. The anticipated bloodbath did not occur, and they safely returned to the village. The devil bird's descendant was still in midair, crying out with sounds that could split rocks. Once they all returned to the village, a wave of commotion broke out. All of the women rushed over to embrace their children. The news they received not too long ago left them absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, the men immediately searched for wooden plants to beat up these rascals. Little brat, who taught you to stir up trouble? Stand still. Dad, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. The group of children began to frantically run away. In the end, they all escaped to the village chief's courtyard, begging him to stop their father's punishments. After arriving at the chief's courtyard, the group of children were all angry with envy. The little guy didn't receive any punishment at all. Instead, they discovered that he was holding up a small bowl of milk and drinking out of it with a small wooden spoon. Wah, little guy, you're drinking milk again. You're already 3.5 now, a bigger kid said. Yeah. The little guy was incredibly embarrassed as he held his little bowl. He hid it away from the eyes of the bigger kids with his delicate white hands. His face was flushed red and his eyelashes were trembling as he said, "You're just seeing things. I'm actually drinking water." Ha ha! The group of children erupted into laughter. We're all being beaten up, so how come you have milk to drink? Paiho asked. It's because I told Grandpa Chief a story that he thought was good, so he didn't blame me at all. The little guy's big eyes slowly shifted. What story? The story of Little Red. Who's Little Red? Little Red is the baby scarlet sparrow I told you guys about. The little guy was clearly unhappy. The group of kids rolled their eyes. There's no way village chief believes that. The vermilion bird was a myth even during the archaic era, so how can there possibly be one right now, let alone be chased by you? 2 years ago, some strange mountain treasure appeared within the mountain abyss. It drew in many powerful archaic descendants, resulting in an unimaginably great battle. A scarlet flame swept through the heavens, and for 10 days, heavenly flames could vaguely be seen all the way from the village. The village chief walked over and spoke. It is clear that there was a flame beast within the mountain depths, but it isn't likely to be the mythical divine bird. That seems a bit too unrealistic. At this time, Linghu and the others arrived as well. The battle 2 years ago was truly horrifying. We still don't even know what kind of vicious birds or giant beasts appeared. There was a time when I even saw a towering humanoid creature that carried a black rod in the middle of the night. It crossed over several mountain ridges with a single step. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to clearly make out its face. Feijiao sighed. It is still frightening to think about even now. With the adults' arrival, the children's faces immediately became ugly, because they were going to be disciplined. They were chased all the way to the village chief. Village chief, we brought out the green-scaled eagle's eggs. In the future, we could raise archaic demonic birds' descendants that will be just as strong as guardian spirits. They can help protect our village. Exactly. In the future, our stone village will have flying battle birds. These are 3 of the archaic demonic birds' eggs we are talking about. The kids were all trying to show off as much as possible in hopes of receiving forgiveness. Do you all know how much meat is needed just to feed a vicious bird for a single day? Food has always been scarce for us. So where would we find the extra food to raise 3 huge monsters? Ah! The children all furrowed their brows and scrunched up their faces. Furthermore, do you all think that this matter has concluded? Take a look outside the village. One of the village's elders sighed and spoke. The children stepped on a tall platform and peered outside the village. They were immediately startled. The terrifying green-scaled eagle had perched on top of an enormous rock, glaring at the village with its icy cold eyes. Its green scales shone brilliantly as it guarded the outskirts of the village without any intent of leaving. Vicious birds like this one are the most vengeful. After stealing its eggs, how could it let such a thing go? In the future, it will be difficult for our village to even leave the village to hunt. Sure, Feijiao became worried. The children's faces fell ashen. They knew that they had provoked a great disaster. Yeah, let's just return the eggs. I feel bad that the green-scaled eagle is being separated from its children. The little guy blinked his large eyes and spoke in a soft voice. This eagle is incredibly terrifying. If we don't return its eggs, it might harass us endlessly, leaving the village in a constant state of unrest. Even though we have the ancestral artifacts, it will be truly difficult to defeat it. After all, no one here can display the true might of the precious artifacts. The villagers decided to try and send the eggs outside. They would find another method if this failed. The 3 water basin-sized jade-colored eggs were sparkling and translucent. Stripes and spots decorated their surfaces, and beautiful lights were flowing about them. The mysterious force of symbols swirled about densely as divine splendor floated about. Before everyone even took more than a few steps from the courtyard, beside the altar neighboring the village chief's house, the old charred black willow tree suddenly moved. It only possessed a single branch, but green multicolored light swirled about it. It descended like a lustrous divine chain to gently stroke one of the eggs. It immediately erupted with brilliance. Outside the village, that seemingly metallic vicious bird was also shaken, and suddenly raised its head. Its eyes shot out lightning-like beams and vigilantly stared towards the altar. The egg brushed by the tender green willow branch shined in 1,000 splendid colors and was surrounded by a dense aura of light. In an instant, it looked like a divine object, bright, sparkly, and extremely shocking. On the eggshell, the spots radiated light like small suns and emitted a strong burning sensation, as if an exuberant life force became more prominent. Furthermore, there were many mysterious patterns that appeared near the spots, and they looked like awe-inspiring divine serpents. The whole scene appeared as if a vermilion bird was bathing in fire. That egg changed indescribably, and the mysterious patterns interweaved. After a short while, the entire egg was covered in a gorgeous pattern. Godly splendor flowed in all 4 directions. The life force in this egg just became many times more powerful. The ancient devil bird's mark is recovering a lot in this particular offspring. If this egg hatches, the offspring's strength will definitely far surpass the green-scaled eagle. Chief Shi Yunfeng said shockingly. This egg was a bit special, as it could potentially inherit many of the ancient devil bird's imprint fragments. An ancestral inheritance phenomenon was taking place, and its bloodline would definitely be of an extremely high quality, far surpassing its parents. The scene of the old willow tree branch lightly brushing the egg caused people to be mind-blown. Did the willow tree find the egg special, or was it due to some other mysterious force that caused the egg to mutate? The entire village was shocked, and after looking at that splendid and shining egg, their eyes shone brightly. This was a rare warbird, and its potential was limitless. Outside the village, the green-scaled eagle covered in glistening scales perched on top of the huge rock, both of its eyes staring intently, and didn't dare to believe what was happening either. It really wanted to rush into village to get a better look, but after seeing the old willow tree, it instinctively kept away and stayed outside to cry. That lovely and jade-like willow branch no longer moved after displaying its lifelike movement of brushing the egg. Clearly, it wasn't that interested, it just merely brushed the egg. The villagers all reveled, and only calmed down after a long while. "Chief, do we keep this egg?" asked Hu. Right now, the villagers were all moved and full of passion. This was a magical and precious egg, and it would be a shame to let such an opportunity go. "Don't you see the vicious bird outside the village? If we keep the egg, it will go crazy." Yunfeng frowned. The old willow tree was very mysterious and powerful, constantly protecting the village and obstructing ferocious beasts from destroying the village. Stone Village was its domain, but it was only defending. It would never even move outside the village, let alone voluntarily attack something. That green-scaled eagle didn't dare enter, but it only needed to block the village exit to make Stone Village's people feel tormented. After all, the villagers still needed to go hunt in the mountain range. "Forget it. Let's return this egg to that big furry bird," an elder said. The villagers were all disappointed, but there was no other way. The green-scaled eagle was too powerful. It was this region's apex predator. If creatures that lived in the depth of the mountain range didn't come out, it could definitely be considered the overlord. A villager, careful and prudent, used the 2 ancestral artifacts as protection to deliver the 3 eggs to the village entrance. He laid it on the grass before quickly returning. Right now, that mutated egg's burning aura and radiance already dissipated and was no longer dazzling. However, the newly formed mysterious patterns never faded away, differentiating itself from the other 2 eggs and making it seem as if 2 different species of birds laid the eggs. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and let loose a violent gust of wind and threw itself over in an instant. Both wings spread and suddenly protected all 3 eggs. Afterwards, it stared intently at that striped, lustrous, sparkling, special egg. After letting out a long hiss, this vicious bird seemed extremely excited. Its voice cracked the skies, trembled the fields and forests, and left leaves fluttering wildly in the air. After a long while, it raised its head and left a strange look in its eyes. Its fearful radiance had long vanished and stared at the old willow tree in the village but didn't dare take half a step inside the village. "Hurry up and leave with your eggs already," a few adults shouted, as if chasing away an epidemic. However, beyond all expectation, the green-scaled eagle spread its wings, and after flapping furiously, released a violent gust of wind that pushed the 3 eggs back into the village towards the willow tree. "What? It doesn't want them, it's giving them to us?" Everyone stood there in stupor. What was going on? Strange things were happening one after the other. It saw a mutated egg covered in dense mysterious symbols. In the future, the offspring will far surpass it. It wants to offer it to us as a sacrifice and wants us to raise it, Chief Yunfeng said. It had these sort of thoughts? A group of people were amazed. "Don't forget, this is a vicious bird that condensed mysterious symbols within its body, and it possesses an overflowing mysterious power within its bones. Its wisdom should not be lower than that of a human's." The old chief spoke. The more formidable and unique the vicious bird was, the more wisdom it would possess. Legend has it that there were some archaic beings with intelligence that were vastly superior to a human's. They overlooked various tribes as if they were deities. The village chief loudly inquired whether or not it really wanted to leave its descendants here. That green-scaled eagle actually nodded its head in response, and with its gaze flickering, it looked towards those 3 eggs before once again glancing at that old willow tree. "Who?" After creating a violent gale, the green-scaled eagle spread both its wings that spanned roughly 15 or 16 meters and rushed into the air. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Everyone was stupefied. It left just like this? There were 3 sparkling and translucent eggs left on the ground, and no one had expected that things would end up this way. Uncle Linhu, What should we do now? Meng asked. What to do? This situation was caused by you kids. So you little brats need to take responsibility. Lin Hu scowled. Ah no. Save us. The group of kids began to miserably shriek. The 3 eggs were beside the great willow tree altar. Some people were assigned to protect them and to quietly wait until the birds hatched. After all, these were the eggs of a powerful vicious bird, and they were extremely precious. After roughly a dozen days, a clear kacha sound rang out, and a crack appeared on one of the eggs. The jade-colored shell split open, and from inside tumbled out a little guy covered in green flashing scales. Following that, another egg also began to crack open, and what struggled out was similarly another little guy. It stuck its head out and looked around, eyes bright while examining its surroundings. The 3rd egg was extremely special, and when the egg began to crack open, rays of multicolored light shot in all directions. Afterwards, a chirp rang out, and the solid egg was suddenly completely smashed open into fine powder, and the hatchling possessed a divine splendor. A young hatchling appeared, and its body did not have any green scales, but rather purple scales. Light sparkled all around its body, as if a ball of fire was currently burning. It was quite a bit more mystical and mysterious than its 2 brothers. After a long while, the purple ball of light dissipated. This spiritually astonishing hatchling was shrouded in brilliant purple scales. Vivacious large eyes, as if they could speak, curiously looked at everyone. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that this was an extraordinary bird. They hatched. A group of children cheered, ran home, and took some meat to feed the 3 new hatchlings. Suddenly, a long bird cry sounded. A huge vicious bird dove down from above the clouds, rapidly approaching Stone Village and casting a large shadow. It disappeared for half a month, and now the green-scaled eagle returned once again. Is it going to break its promise and take back its children? Some villagers cried out in surprise. Wrong, what's that? People were shocked, showed amazement in with their eyes. Hong! Dust flew up into the air. The green-scaled hawk loosened its claws, and a colossal monster smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Earth, smoke, and dust all flew outwards. This was a huge dragon-horned elephant, 67 meters long and 56 meters tall. The pair of dragon horns gave off a splendid light, and the extremely heavy body easily snapped the ancient trees that reached into the skies. It had been dead for a while already, and its huge skull already had several claw marks embedded into them. Blood was rushing out. It must have been killed almost instantly. Green-scaled eagle, what do you want us to do? Is it actually to feed the 3 hatchlings? You really are like a human, full of mighty wisdom. The villagers gasped in admiration. After a short cry, a violent wind erupted and roiled up the huge branches and leaves. The green-scaled eagle once again soared towards the heavens. The villagers could no longer contain their happiness and laughter. This really was a pleasant surprise. No one expected the green-scaled eagle to deliver them a fierce beast. These types of vicious birds were all intelligent and wise. In the following days, the green-scaled eagle continuously presented them with vicious beasts. From flying pythons to gigantic elephants, all kinds of fierce beasts from the mountain range were delivered. After only a month, the 3 little tykes fattened up like balloons until they were almost 2 meters long. Their rate of food consumption was also extremely shocking, increasing day by day. The eldest is called Big Pung, the second is called Little Green, and the youngest Purple Cloud. These were the 3 names given to them by the children. Needless to say, these 3 green-scaled eagles were all intelligent and extraordinarily magical. They excelled at understanding human behavior. No matter what was said to them, they would understand. The only difference was that they simply couldn't speak the language of humans. Purple Cloud, in particular, was especially intelligent and strong. When it had just reached a meter in length, it decided to flap its wings and fly out of the village. It came back after killing a few tigers and wolves, leaving the villagers stupefied. Little Violet, come quick. Sure How ran in front, and Purple Cloud eagerly chased from behind. This made all the other children very envious. This mystical eagle was extra amiable towards the little guy. Chirp, chirp. Purple Cloud ran forward, using a scaly wing to help the little guy massage his back. It was somewhat strange to associate this with the behavior of a vicious green-scaled eagle. What a suck-up. Isn't it just because the little guy is teaching you the bone text? The group of kids pouted angrily. The little guy insisted on teaching the 3 green-scaled eagles the bone text researched by humans. This mutated purple cloud was surprisingly enthusiastic in learning. It was even smarter than humans, and as a result, they gradually became increasingly close. Show! The little guy raised his arms, and the symbols on them lit up. Both arms were covered densely in brilliant and resplendent net-like patterns. After pointing in a direction, a small scarlet bird flew toward a large tree trunk, instantly burning it. Pa pa! Purple Cloud used both wings to clap, letting out pa sounds, as if it was applauding. A pair of large and vivid eyes blinked as it continuously chirped to express its excitement. Wah! This little bird is so smart. It is only a month old, yet it knows this much already. It is way stronger than a month-old human. The group of kids cried out. Xianxia, Xianxia. The other 2 green-scaled eagles, Big Pong and Little Green, also ran over to headbutt the little guy. Wise, vicious beasts thirsted for power much more than humans, especially after learning that these bone texts could help accelerate their growth. In these past few days, the little guy sure how also received many benefits. Due to the fact that the green-scaled eagles were descendants of archaic beasts, their bodies naturally contained large amounts of precious bones and shockingly powerful mysterious symbols. He was constantly studying them. These ancient and precious bones gave birth to powerful and mysterious patterns exclusive to a specific type of species. The stronger the archaic descendants were, the more they did not wish for their symbols to leak out. If the symbols were divulged, then they would definitely use all of their strength to kill the one that did so. Fortunately, the 3 hatchlings were unique, as they were raised by the villagers. Their primordial symbols were extremely rare and precious, far surpassing the normal bone texts that were researched by humans. Because these were secrets that could not be passed on to outsiders, they were known as precious symbols. It could be said that these symbols were comparable to the human race's more powerful bone books. Creatures that could give birth to symbols naturally were naturally all extraordinary. Both of Stone Village's ancestral artifacts came from the bodies of exceedingly terrifying archaic descendants. Only after polishing and refining them did they become the precious artifacts they are today. During this period, Sure Hao always played with the 3 hatchlings, allowing him to break through a few barriers. Chief Shi Yunfeng was also very happy to see them together. Purple Cloud was especially special, since he was able to undergo an ancestral transformation. Even if only a small portion of the original demonic bird's imprints were passed down, it was still extremely astonishing. The symbols within its body were definitely worthy of being on par with that of a mysterious bone book. If news of this got out, it would definitely arouse the other tribes' temptations. At dawn, a red sun rose from within the fog, and a soft and comforting light spread out. The mist in the mountains began to develop a red hue as it flowed ever so slowly. The air was very fresh, and dewdrops tumbled along the grass and vines. A group of robust males were planning to leave Stone Village to once again go hunting. Uncles, you all have to be careful in the mountains. While leading the 3 noisy little birds, the little Sure Hao eagerly ran over to send them off. He raised his small face and individually greeted each adult with large bright eyes. He went to sleep early and woke up early as well. The robust males laughed heartily. They came towards him to pinch his little face that was blushing like a big apple before heading off towards the mountains with big steps. Little Purple, let me take a look again. What is going on with the symbols inside your body? There is still some things I don't understand. Soon after, the little guy reached out his small white arm and hugged Purple Cloud in an extremely intimate manner. Its precious bone imprints were revealed, and he could easily study them. Zhuzhou, Big Pong and Little Green were discontent. They hurried over and nudged his small arm. Big Pong, don't worry. I'll look at your symbols in a bit later as well. Little Green, we can catch some fish together later. Don't bother me right now. Okay? The little guy also embraced their necks to comfort them. In reality, the three hatchlings were now a head taller than sure how. Whether it was the past or present, he was always the little guy in the village. Wow! So this is how it works. The way it changes is so complicated and mysterious, just like the stars in the sky. The little guy's eyes widened as he observed the brilliant patterns on the surface of Purple Cloud's precious bones. This time, he was able to understand them more clearly. Jujo. Big Pong and Little Green were also quite curious and looked at the mysterious symbols on their brother's body. Their eyes never blinked, as if they wanted to memorize and process all the information in their heads. Big Pong, Little Green. Let me look at your treasured symbols. The little guy turned around and placed his attention on the other two green-scaled eagles. He continuously groped about and came into contact with their precious bones. Sparkling radiance emerged and mysterious symbols formed. Even their scales became dazzling and translucent. The little guy pondered deeply, perfecting what he acquired recently. He then shut his eyes and muttered, "So it's like this, complicated mysterious patterns interweaved like so." Evolving and shining, the mysterious strength would emerge forth. Shio! The little guy's left hand began to glow, and a glistening crescent moon rushed out. It rapidly flew towards the distance, slicing a towering tree right in half. The tree fell to the floor, creating a loud sound and filling the air with dust. Wah! The little guy succeeded. He succeeded in studying the green-scaled eagle's innate skills. That's their precious symbol right there. So strong. Not far away, a group of kids saw what happened and were instantly alarmed. Lower your voices. The chief appeared. Naturally, all this commotion made him appear. He had to quiet the kids down so that they did not disturb Sure How while he was in a deep state of contemplation and gathering insights. Little Purple, let me take a look one more time. I think I understand a bit more after looking at Big Pong and Little Green's imprints. Sure How hugged Purple Cloud's neck. His eyes were shining brightly, as if he suddenly understood much more. Purple Cloud let out a long chirp. Precious splendor erupted from his entire body, making him appear extremely holy. Even though it was still young, it already possessed a dignified aura, giving the villagers an uncomfortable feeling. Mysterious and complicated. The ever-changing mysterious symbols on the surface made its purple scales appear sparkling and translucent. It was extremely magnificent. The little guy's eyes shone brightly like shining jewels as he stared at the precious symbols without blinking. Only after a long time had passed did he move his arm gently. A blazing light was moving through his arm. The light gathered towards his palm before breaking free. Chong! That light shot out like an unsheathed sword, releasing a metallic sound. A divine and bright lunar disk flew out. It embedded itself into a huge 56-meter-tall boulder as it spun in place. Kacha! The huge boulder was instantly cut in half. The cut was smooth, and after a rumble, the top half of the boulder weighing over 1,000 gene fell onto the floor. Rubble flew everywhere and dust rose into the air. In the distance, the group of people who were watching became petrified. How strong was this power? The bright disc-like moon was able to chop straight through a boulder that was as hard as metal. This left everyone shocked. What powerful symbols! The purple hatchling has inherited a portion of the archaic demonic bird's imprints after all. It has been recreated. Chief Shi Yunfeng was extremely excited as he said, "The little guy really is incredible. It has only been a month, yet he could delve into the secrets of primordial symbols like these. His natural talents are amazing." Purple Cloud, Big Pong, and Little Green were all surprised. They were all young and couldn't activate their innate symbol strength yet, but after seeing the results, they all became extremely excited. "Grandpa Chief, I think I understand." The little guy's eyes lit up and he happily yelled out. Shi Yunfeng quickly came over and complimented him. "The primordial symbols you used just now could definitely be considered secret bone texts. They are extremely rare, powerful to the point of making others fearful. In the future, do not casually use it unless necessary." The little guy blinked his big eyes. He scratched his head and asked, "How strong can it be? I don't think it's complete yet. There is supposed to be a tree and a palace on the silver moon, but I can't make them appear yet." Right now, you should be at least as strong as your uncles Linhu and Feijiao. Secret bone texts are things that an entire tribe would thirst for. The village chief spoke in a serious tone. When the little guy heard what he said, he earnestly nodded his head. He then giggled foolishly, making him look incredibly innocent. He continuously studied it for the rest of the day to try and improve the technique. Even the village chief sighed in amazement, because he couldn't do anything to help. The setting sun dyed everything in a deep red. The hunting party had returned, but this time, there wasn't much prey, and there were even a few individuals that were being carried back. What is going on? Did something happen? The villagers rushed out nervously. Relax, no one lost their lives. However, Pai Ho's father suffered heavy injuries. He was shot by an arrow, and his lungs were injured as a result. Shi Linghu's expression was ugly. How did this happen? A few elders appeared and inquired. It's because of Wolf Village a few dozen li away. We haven't made much contact for about a year, but for some unknown reason, they entered our hunting grounds. Not only did they fight us over our prey, they almost killed Pihu's father. Dad! Pai Ho rushed out of the village while wailing and threw himself towards his father. He held one of Shi Shoshan's arms while tears rolling down. What happened? Who injured you? His mother ran over with tears dripping and grabbed another one of Shi Shoshan's hands while crying on the side. Why cry? So what if I got shot by an arrow? I often get hurt when hunting vicious beasts. Bleeding a bit like this is nothing. Shi Shoshan stared right at them and did not cry. He was a strong-willed man. Half his body was blood-stained, and an iron arrow pierced through his iron armor. It penetrated his right lung right through the back, and a 1.3-meter-long arrow shaft, shiny, cold and stained with blood, stuck out. This was a ghastly sight. Elder sister-in-law and nephew, don't cry anymore. Brother Shoshan is still in a critical condition. After supporting him for a while, he will be as strong as an ox. He will get better really quickly. Fei Shijiao urged. This was not a light injury. Even though Shi Shoshan had a strong body, he could not be incredibly careless or else he might suffer a grave condition and lose his life. Fortunately, Shi Linghu and the others had already treated his injuries using crushed medicine from within the old mountain and applied it to his wound. At the same time, he consumed the medicine made from a fierce beast's true blood that the elder provided. Stop crying. Being able to return alive is already a fortunate event. Chief Shi Yunfeng approached and suddenly pulled out the iron arrow. A stream of blood spouted out. He rapidly flashed his hands, and mysterious symbols that were as bright as constellations immediately pressed down, closing the wound and stopping the blood flow. Shi Yunfeng took out a jade jar from his chest and poured out 2 fragrant purple medicinal pills. He squeezed one of them into powder and applied it onto the wound while giving Shi Shoshan the other to swallow. Shi Shoshan was lifted back home. The village's men and women, both young and old, gathered to visit him, and they brought all kinds of different supplemental medicine and dried meat as gifts. It was bustling, and the villagers were all sincere and warm-hearted. Uncle will certainly get better soon. The little guy also gave his kind regards and brought him a basket of his favorite red berries. All right, what happened? In the chief's courtyard, a bunch of important people gathered. Shi Yunfeng furrowed his eyebrows and asked, Chief, it was certainly Wolf Village causing trouble. They overstepped their boundaries into our territory and plundered a 6-footed camel that Shoshan killed. There was a clear killing intent, but thankfully Shoshan promptly dodged. That was indeed a shot aimed at the heart. Shi Linghu angrily said. Everyone's complexion changed. This was an intent to kill. To go this far, they really are ignorant of what is considered upright and honest. Although our 2 villages are only separated by 10 li, we both have our own territories to defend and almost never meet each other. However, we both live on the same mountain range, so no matter what, we should still give each other some face, right? It definitely was not like this before. An elder exclaimed. Shi Feijiao said. A child shot the arrow, at least 14 or 15 years old. His outward appearance wasn't bad, as he was rather fair and attractive. However, he truly had a vicious heart, as he shot the arrow straight at Shoshan as if he was killing a wild beast. There wasn't a hint of wavering in his eyes, They were cold and fearsome. At that moment, Stone Village's villagers were all infuriated, and all of them rushed forward together. However, their opponents were not weak either, and roughly 10 individuals from the opposing party gathered right away while unyieldingly holding their ground. Fortunately, from within the mountain range appeared a mad swan and eye whose roar made the mountains tremble. Both parties were anxious and rapidly retreated. Otherwise, a blood battle might have occurred there. Why are they being so aggressive? Don't tell me that they feel so superior that they can ignore our feelings. How could they take advantage of people like this? A few elders were also furious. As they all lived within the mountains, strong and robust males were all extremely important to a village. The other clan unexpectedly acted in such a fashion and dared to kill whoever they wanted. A few people added, "That child was not very simple. He gave us the feeling that he was up to no good." Looking at him felt like facing an adult Paishio, strong, savage and callous. It seems like Wolf Village has developed an exceptional youth and have strengthened by quite a bit. Right now, they are flourishing, so their ambitions are also growing. The village elder said while squinting his eyes towards the Wolf Village. Soon after, he turned his head towards Shi Linghu and the others and said, "We do not want to cause any trouble, but we are also not afraid of trouble. Be mindful of them in the days to come. If they act up again, do not hesitate in taking action." "I understand." Shi Linghu nodded. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Wolf Village overstepped their boundaries so often to the point that they even set up many traps for the fierce beasts. Many of Stone Village's people accidentally set off the traps and were almost stabbed by the iron spikes underneath. Precisely because of these events, blood was almost shed. Ultimately, however, Wolf Village retreated. How can you be this crazy in hunting fierce beasts? Even if their population increased, acting in this way is quite abnormal. A major event must have happened within their village. Chief Shi Yunfeng inferred. After several conflicts, Wolf Village's people mostly disappeared. However, the villagers of Stone Village were not relieved one bit. They decided to send some people over at night. The spies heard yelling from within the village. It was quite strange. Do not take action first. As long as they do not go overboard, there's no need for bloodshed. Living in this mountain range is not easy. An elder said. Just like this, peace was restored again. After a few days, Stone Village's luck was pretty good. Hunts were rather successful. In the mountains, they came across several carcasses of fierce beasts after internal conflicts. There were many strong, mysterious beasts that engaged in battles and brought disaster within the mountain wherever they went, causing many wild beasts to suffer. In the depths of the mountain range, archaic descendants conflicted from time to time. They were fighting with the intent to kill each other, causing irreparable calamities. This was the case, but fortunately, it did not spread to the village. Just dragon-horned elephants alone accounted for 8 of the bodies, and there were also several snow-white moon rhinoceros, as well as other types of huge beasts. If we made them into dried meat, it could feed us for a long time to come. Shi Linghu brought people to drag some pieces home, and gathered even more to once again transport those fierce beasts. Good, good, good. The elders were all elated. A large part of the villagers all left together to provide support in the mountains. Ayo, so many huge beasts, let's go too. We can certainly gather a lot of true blood. A group of children clamored and shouted. After seeing the little guy's skills improving more and more over these past few years, none of the children could bear it any longer and no longer resisted medicinal baths. They were all very cooperative and obediently baptized themselves within the copper cauldrons. Now that they found out a large amount of precious blood was available, they were naturally all rather excited. I'll go as well. Depeng, Shaoqing, Ziyun, wait for me in the village and behave yourselves. The little guy Shi Hao also followed. However, when everyone were just halfway to their destination, they all saw Shi Feijai covered in blood returning with a group of villagers. Their appearances were in a mess and they miserable. Feijai, what happened? Shi Linghu asked loudly. Brother Linghu, it's Wolf Village again. They wanted to chase us away and take away all the leftover fierce beasts. Shi Feijai clenched his teeth in anger. What? Truly intolerable. We've been putting up with them repeatedly, and they take our good temperament as a sign of weakness. Shi Linghu was furious. Stone Village's people could no longer ignore this matter. Again and again, the opposing clan arrogantly took advantage of them. This was not the first time the other clan provoked them. Did any of our brothers lose their lives? No, but there are a few with severe injuries. Their spleens were penetrated by iron arrows, and we do not know if their injuries are fatal. What? To commit such fierce actions, if it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get. The villagers immediately exploded. After repeated humiliations, even a reserved person would be somewhat angry. That 14 or 15-year-old child was truly vicious. All of those arrows were shot by him, and had it not been for one of their village elders shaking his head at him, he truly would have killed many of us. Meng's father said while his entire body was blood-stained. He's just a child whose hair hasn't even grown yet. How strong can he be? Don't tell me that you guys are unable to do anything about it. A crippled villager resentfully spoke in support. Naturally, we are not scared, except they have much more people. Their numbers are many times more than we have. That child is quite formidable. Despite having a rather attractive appearance, he truly has a ruthless heart. Do not be careless. A few brothers were covered in 3 layers of iron armor, yet they were still all penetrated by his arrows. In our village, only Shi Linghu and I can do that. Shi Feijiao added. We need to take back what is rightfully ours. We absolutely cannot take this lying down. Everyone felt as if a flame ignited within their hearts, as if their 5 viscera were doused with oil, burning with anger. A formidable group of people rushed into the depth of the mountain. This time, Wolf Village truly went too far and crossed the bottom line. Uncle Fu, you're hurt too. Everything will be all right. It will get better quickly. The little guy looked at the bloodied body of Shi Linghu, who helped him pick up his favorite berries every time. He clenched his tiny fists, and after comforting him a bit, he began to chase after the group that went ahead. Everyone from Stone Village departed quickly and arrived at the depths of the mountain range. Here, trees that touched the skies were snapped in half, 1,000-year-old vines were destroyed, and all kinds of beast carcasses were scattered in a large mess. 2 mysterious beasts were currently engaging in intense combat, stirring up great disorder and causing many ordinary beasts to die. In addition, Wolf Village once again chased away Shi Feijiao and others. This area was currently in absolute chaos. The beast carcasses that were stacked up on a small hill were all carried away by Wolf Village and completely clear. After Shi Linghu came back to this area, he could only grit his teeth in anger. This was truly intolerable. The villagers' hard work of gathering up the prey was all in vain. The pile of corpses was stolen just like that. Chase! They didn't hesitate and immediately proceeded towards Wolf Village. After all, those people were carrying such heavy and enormous beasts, so they couldn't have gotten far. They left obvious tracks in the mountains like fierce beasts' hair, blood, and scales, which revealed the route Wolf Village took. Careful! Shi Linghu, who led the way, waved his hand and signaled everyone to come to a halt. He pushed aside a large chunk of withered grass and leaves in front of him to reveal a large black hole. Inside the hole were many steel spears that pointed upwards. If anyone fell in, their internal organs would immediately be skewered. These wolf bastards are truly vicious. Everyone from Stone Village grew increasingly furious. This was still within their territory, yet Wolf Village acted without the slightest scruple. If this continued, a bloody disaster was inevitable. After quickly advancing 8 to 9 li, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew towards Shi Linghu's throat. As if it came straight from the underworld, a cold light flashed past with killing intent, lightning fast and terrifying one down to their soul. This was a 1.3-meter-long iron arrow. The terrifying power and speed of this projectile could undoubtedly penetrate through a dragon-horned elephant's armor. Unsurprisingly, this was the reason why they were able to penetrate the 3-layered armor that the Stone Village men wore. It was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, from within the depths of the mountain jungle, a similarly terrifying and cold arrow shot out. It was impossible to effectively defend against it. However, The incomparably brave and fierce Shi Linghu's reaction was swift, and he quickly shifted his body to the side. It was just too dangerous. This ice-cold iron arrow scraped his neck, carrying along a string of blood with it. A little bit of skin was ripped open by the arrowhead. Just a bit closer and the arrow would have instantly bore through the neck. At this moment, a sharp scream tore through the air. This was the sound of the arrow tearing through the air, and it was much slower than the arrow itself. This showed just how terrifying the speed was. Chong! The iron arrow did not simply insert itself into the mountain rock far away, instead going straight through it. The friction caused metallic sounds to reverberate through the air and sparks to fly everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of tyrannical strength was this? How many people dared to take such a heavy arrow head-on? Being struck by that would truly bring about a horrifying result. The scene was absolutely silent. Shi Linghu felt the scraped skin on his neck, and his cold eyes flickered. He barely managed to avoid death. In a distant mountain range, a youth was standing while holding a bow. His expression was cold, and chilly radiance flickered through his pupils as he stared over. It's that child again. At that moment, Shi Feijiao and the others' anger broke through the heavens. This callous youth successively inflicted serious injuries to the capable men of the village again and again. The youth was 14 or 15 years in age, and he had a rather tall build with soft black shiny hair. His skin was fair and he was quite handsome, but his eyes were too cold. This took away from his beauty and gave people a type of wild and cruel feeling. Behind him, around 70 to 8 people were currently dragging huge beasts, leaving behind them a trail of blood on the mountain floor. The grass and thorny undergrowth below the corpses were all crushed. Wolf Village's little bastard. What else can you do besides shooting some vicious arrows? If you have the guts, then come over here. I'll make sure to remove your head with a single slap. Someone roared in anger. The handsome youth blinked his cold eyes. He then drew his bow and aimed straight at the one who spoke. Upon seeing this, Shi Linghu did not utter a single word. He raised the large black bow made of dragon horn that was half a person in length and quickly drew back his bowstring. After placing an iron arrow on the bow, he directly shot it out. Dang! 2 thick arrows collided in midair, causing sparks to fly out and extremely sharp, ear-piercing sounds to ring through the air. The 2 arrows canceled out each other before falling straight to the ground. Everyone gasped. That youth's skill in archery was too abnormal. He wasn't even 20 years of age yet he was able to fight toe-to-toe with the village's strongest male, Shi Linghu. Chong, chong. In the forest, sparks flew in all directions. Over 10 iron arrows collided, releasing metallic sounds. Like falling stars, they dropped from the skies to the ground. The noise was so loud it made the ears of those present ache. These powerful arrows shocked the wasteland forest. The strongest male in the village, Shi Linghu, was evenly matched when faced with this youth, neither having an edge over the other. This left the crowd shocked. If this youth used both his arms, he could probably lift up a copper cauldron weighing at least 5,000 to 6,000 jin. This made people suck in a breath of cold air. What a formidable genius! He was a younger generation youth, yet he was able to produce such shocking godlike strength. This made people fear for their lives. Friends from Stone Village, forgive us. This time we require a large amount of ferocious beasts. Give us the prey this time, and we will pay you back in the future. A middle-aged man appeared and yelled out in a loud and clear voice. In order to steal our prey, you ran our clansmen out of our own territory with such viciousness. The arrows you shot injured our internal organs and gravely injured so many, yet you ask us to forgive you all? You all act with such ill will, yet you try to maintain such a calm composure. Where are your principles? Shi Linghu angrily berated. Once we argue, conflict will spark and blood will naturally flow. This is something all men surviving in the great wilderness understand. The leader of Wolf Village's hunting team said, "We refuse, so why don't you just give us everything you got?" Another robust individual from Wolf Village, whose status wasn't low, spoke in an even tougher manner. The people from Stone Village all felt as if they were going to explode from anger. Wolf Village had already ruthlessly attacked and stole Stone Village's prey, and now they continued to act in such an overbearing manner without speaking even a bit of reason. There truly wasn't anything left to discuss. Then a war it is, Shi Feijiao bellowed. You think we are scared of you all? Replied the captain of Wolf Village's hunting team. His appearance was quite imposing, and with a height of over 2 meters, he gave off an oppressing aura. Chong, chong. The sound of weapons clashing rang unceasingly. Many raised their broadswords that were roughly half their height. Cold radiance flickered and murderous aura permeated the air. The power produced by the attacks caused the leaves in the forest to scatter down. We urge you to return to where you came from. If you dare take another step, I will shoot all of you down 1 arrow per person. This time there won't be any mercy shown, the handsome youth from Wolf Village said. His words made Stone Village's people furious, and some of them truly wished that an arrow would tear through him first. Shi Linghu angrily said, Little bastard, you haven't even fully matured, yet you possess such skill, you really are quite strong. But if you act so domineering and behave so viciously, it won't end well for you. At the same time, he drew back his bow and directly fired the arrow. Since the discussions had already reached this state, what else was there that could be done? There could only be war. Dang! The iron arrows collided once again, causing the forest to shake with noise. Kill! Everyone from Stone Village drew back their huge bows, raised their broadswords, and brandished their wolf-toothed clubs. Like a wave of vicious beasts, they brought with them a frantic gale as they rushed out. Their actions caused leaves to fly about chaotically. As for those from Wolf Village, they were all tall, strong, and incredibly tough. They also rushed over. A chaotic battle was about to break out. At this time, a small silhouette similar to a small sparrow rapidly dashed to the front, yelling out in a loud voice, You all steal our food and even kill uncles and the others. Uncle Afu and others are so nice and kind, but they were almost killed. You are all big bad guys. Hao's little face was flushed red from being stirred up. His little hands were clasped tightly together, and his eyes were filled with a fury. Since childhood, he had been raised in Stone Village, surrounded by its warmth and comfort. Never before had he faced such barbaric people. Everyone within Wolf Village was startled. Then they began to roar with laughter. They never expected that apart from some of the almost grown-up kids. Stone Village even had this type of little child that followed along. Wasn't he just causing troubles for his clansmen? Shoo! An iron arrow tore through the air. The 14 or 15-year-old Wolf Village youth's face remained cold. He drew back that terrifying large bow and directly released an arrow at the little guy. Flames shot out from the eyes of Stone Village's people. They were angered to their limit. That was still a child. The little guy was normally so lovable and cute. Yet the other party's viciousness didn't even spare a young child. Their hair stood up from fury. Shi Linghu armed his bow with a large arrow at once, destroying that youth's iron arrow with his. However, his expression immediately changed. This was because this time the youth shot 4 arrows at once. For streaks of cold light flew through the air with lightning speed. But Shi Linghu only had enough time to break 3 arrows. The enemy was even stronger than he had imagined. Dang, dang. Among them, 3 arrows collided together, dropping straight to the floor. There was still another 1.3-meter long large iron arrow heading straight towards the little guy's throat. The coldness of the arrow was truly terrifying. The little guy used his hands to grab the iron arrow, leaving the villagers utterly frightened. They shouted out loudly, "Hurry up and move out of the way!" They knew that Hao was blessed with incredible natural talent. But in the end, he wasn't even 4 years old. Even though he lifted up a copper cauldron that weighed 1,000 jin, his opponent was much older, and his power was even more astonishing, enough to raise 5 or 6 cauldrons. He could contend with Shi Linghu in terms of strength. You won't even let a child go? The people from Stone Village felt like their eye sockets were splitting open. Dang! However, what was even more shocking was that the little guy's left hand chopped down on the arrow's shaft, sending it flying out in a slanted manner. It left the crowd tongue-tied for words and completely speechless. There were only a few people who had seen a symbol flashing on his palm before it rapidly faded away. Whoosh! The little guy jumped forward and directly threw himself towards that youth from Wolf Village. The youngster revealed a startled expression. This was only a child, yet he was able to brush away the arrow with a single hand. The youth couldn't help but feel that this was a bit inconceivable. You have to understand that this youth could lift 5 or 6 copper cauldrons just by raising his 2 hands. When he fired these arrows that could split rocks and crack metal, that tyrannical strength was not something an ordinary person could resist. It was enough to kill a dragon-horned elephant. The people from Wolf Village were all shocked. Nobody knew better than they did how scary Bei Feng was, as he was gifted with superior natural talent and an extremely rare divine strength. How could such a young child block Bei Feng's iron arrow? You are courting death. The young Bei Feng lightly scoffed. Beams of light shot out from his eyes as if they were streaks of lightning. He loudly exhaled, drew his bow, and began to continuously shoot out arrows. Chi, chi. Iron arrows pierced through the vast sky with woo-woo sounds, as if they were ghastly sounds from the 9th level of hell. The thick arrow shafts formed heart-trembling metallic glints as they rapidly flew over. It was extremely terrifying. Bei Feng continuously drew his bow until he released 8 iron arrows. As they whistled through the air, each and every arrow was extremely terrifying, targeting only the little guy's vitals. Like a spiritual ape, Xianxia dropped down on all 4s. With natural movements, he quickly avoided 5 arrows, and then with a few chops, the remaining 3 metal arrows were redirected. These 3 arrows entered a mountain boulder and released loud kung-chong noises. This performance completely shocked everyone there. Even Stone Village's people were stupefied, as Xianxia's display far exceeded their expectations. To do all this at such a young age really was a bit unbelievable. Bei Feng's mouth lightly shouted, and he furiously drew his bow. The iron arrows poured down like torrential rain. Thick and long iron arrows slammed down one after another into the mountain forest. Although Xianxia was quite young, his speed was incredibly fast. Leaping like a tiger and soaring like a dragon, he evaded the rain of arrows. At the same time, he used both hands to smack at the arrows, knocking the arrow shafts into each other. As the arrows collided with each other, dang-dang sounds rang out, causing the arrows in the sky to tremble. His speed did not resemble that of a child at all, and the gap between them was closed in the blink of an eye. His motions made him look like a young and imposing golden-winged pung. Dong! The chaotic rain of arrows became more and more concentrated. The little guy shouted loudly and kicked 1,000 gene boulder along the way. With a loud bang, it soared through the air straight towards the cold-faced youth, Bei Feng. How can he have this much strength? This child isn't even 4 years old yet. Everyone was horrified. This truly left them stupefied. Only a few individuals were able to see that when Xianxia released that tremendous strength, a flash of symbols appeared. It all happened too quickly. The 1,000 gene rock covered the sky, and then it smashed straight down. Bei Feng's eyes suddenly became cold and he stopped releasing arrows. He spun his large bow that had the height of half a person, and with a hong sound, this heavy rock was instantly ruptured. Its fragments flew out in all directions. Meanwhile, Xianxia used this chance to rush forward. In an angry voice, he said, "Why are you such a bully? Why do you have to shoot at Uncle Afu and steal the food we need to survive?" Bei Feng released a cold snort. He dropped his large bow and then brought out a dark red-colored lance forged from blood-weave iron. With both hands gripping the lance, he used all of his strength to fling it towards the little guy's chest. However, at this moment, Xianxia's body was in midair and currently facing forward, making it rather difficult for him to dodge. The hearts of the onlookers from Stone Village almost burst out from their chests. They all hated Bei Feng down to their bones, because his actions were too cruel. Chong! The ringing sound of metal rang through the air. Xianxia's eyes shone as his right hand began to move, forming a beautiful arc and releasing clear splendor. With a chong sound, the lance was severed into 2 pieces. Meanwhile, those white and tender little hands weren't injured in the slightest. The result left everyone dumbstruck. The young Shi Hao was facing the tyrannical Beifeng, yet he was not at a disadvantage at all. After he closed the distance between them, his performance was incredible. Beifeng furiously flung his broken lance, sending it straight at the little guy's right eye in a vicious and decisive manner. At such close range, this attack was extremely dangerous. Shi Hao tilted his head to dodge. While his body was still in midair, his right leg directly spun around before kicking towards the side of Beifeng's face, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Despite his small stature, his body was quite graceful. His movements were flowing naturally like a spiritual swallow that glided across the sky. Pung! Beifeng used his left arm to defend himself. A loud and heavy sound could be heard, and the nearby trees were so shaken that leaves flew about chaotically, as if the winds of fall had swept through this place. Such strong power! The wolf villagers revealed a look of disbelief. They were fully aware of the astounding divine strength that Beifeng possessed. He was still young, and within a circumference of 1,000 li, few could match him. However, he currently did not have the advantage. Shi Hao dropped to the floor. He was also still young and was much shorter than Beifeng, but he was not afraid at all. His small face was fuming with anger. His eyes were large and wide as he confronted his opponent. Both sides stopped fighting. They were more interested in the confrontation between the formidable youth and the shocking child, waiting to see the results of the fight. Beifeng's face grew gloomy, and a hint of coldness seeped out of his eyes. He was already 14 years old, but the previous collision against a child who wasn't even 4 years of age did not result in his decisive victory. To him, this was a complete humiliation. Hong! Beifeng's body was tall and slender. He suddenly moved his leg, and it swept out like a metal stump. The terrifying strength released rumbling sound, as if an enormous monster was the one attacking instead. Shi Hao fell back. He grew up in the mountain forest, so even though he had never experienced a real battle, he still knew a lot. He avoided this attack, and with a single leap, he backed up several meters. However, Beifeng had killed many fierce beasts, slaughtered unusual birds, and shot formidable humans to death. He was greatly experienced in combat, and as such, he naturally understood how to take the initiative and press his advantage. His body leapt high into the air, traveling several meters in an instant. His right leg spun around, and then it hacked down once again like a metal whip. It was extremely powerful, and just the wind it produced made the faces of the crowd feel pain. There were several ancient trees behind him, so he didn't have any room for retreat, making it hard for him to avoid this attack. With his back against the enormous tree, his two hands interweaved, and then he forcefully raised them upwards. Several symbols flickered before disappearing. Boom! Like a collision between two huge beasts, rocks and sand flew everywhere. Dust and smoke rushed to the sky, and leaves instantly withered. Both sides were heavily shaken. When Beifeng's legs pressed down, a 1-meter-wide tree trunk behind Shi Hao was directly cut in half. With a honglong sound, broken pieces of the ancient tree flew high up into the skies. When they fell back into this mountain region, a tremendous noise was released. This time, Wolf Village's people could clearly see that there were symbols flickering within Shi Hao's palms. This was the power that enabled him to stop the exceptionally talented Beifeng's tremendous attack that possessed several thousand gene of weight. Precious artifact. That child holds a rare precious artifact. They all shouted out. They refused to believe that a child like Shi Hao was able to come into contact with the powerful bone text profound mysteries. They all believed that this power came from the beast teeth bracelet around his wrist because there was sparkling light flowing about its surface. The eyes of Wolf Village's people all turned red from greed. Even though this wasn't some clan-guarding treasure, it was still quite a good precious artifact. To be able to increase a young child's strength by that much, it was definitely not ordinary. After snapping apart the enormous tree with a single kick, Beifeng did not stop his forceful approach. Instead, his assault became even more ferocious. Both legs swept out like iron pillars, causing enormous trees to shatter one after another. Broken branches and withered leaves flew about everywhere. Shi Hao did not back down and began to retaliate. Even though he was small in stature, every time he jumped, he could reach a height of several meters. When he pounced forward, he looked just like a young pang spreading its wings. Hong! The wind around Bei Feng's fist flew forward like thunder, and after Hao dodged his strike, it struck the several thousand gene mountain boulder behind him. It directly exploded, sending rocky fragments weighing hundreds to thousands of gene flying in all directions. This scene was simply astonishing, as a youth that was just over 10 had this kind of fearful strength. All the onlookers gasped. The little guy was still small, and even though his power could already be considered astonishingly great compared to his peers, his strength was still less than Beifeng's in the end. With the assistance of the bone text's mysterious powers, however, it didn't seem like he had too much to be scared about. The two of them moved extremely quickly, one like a diving falcon and the other like a rising hare. Each strike was extremely terrifying. Fists flew about with thunderous force. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and vibrations that caused trees to fall and boulders to split spread everywhere. After exchanging 10 strikes, Bei Feng's expression turned morbid. He was a genius blessed with talent from the heavens. He couldn't believe that he did not even have the upper hand against a child who was not even 4 yet. How could he endure this? Pang! This time he attacked with full strength. He suddenly crouched down and lowered his head, and behind him, an expanse of arrows tore through the air. Cold light flickered about as they attacked at the little guy's eyes and face. Everyone from Stone Village cried in alarm. This all happened too suddenly. Immediately after, they all erupted with fury. Bei Feng was just too cruel. He was just dealing with a child. Yet he didn't show any morals and acted so viciously. The little guy was startled, but he was not scared. He waved both hands, and mysterious patterns appeared at his fingertip, forming a small crescent moon. He held the moon in the middle of his palms and threw it with all his might. Specks of light spread out, and it broke through every arrow. The people of Stone Villages all released a breath of relief. The situation just now truly covered their bodies in cold sweat. This youngster is too vicious. He will definitely be a disaster in the future once he grows up, Shi Feijiao angrily said. Bei Feng cursed inwardly. He still didn't manage to hit Shi Hao yet. He fiercely jumped 6 or 7 meters high, and from this advantageous position, he stomped straight towards the little guy with an unblockable force. Who? Shi Hao's eyes became clear. He took the initiative to meet his opponent. Both his arms spread outwards like an eagle soaring into the sky, displaying a domineering and forceful movement that greatly resembled a green-scaled eagle piercing into the clouds. Hong! The crescent moon in the palm of his hands shone once again. It turned into a beam of clear splendor and flew out straight towards Bei Feng. It smashed heavily into his body and created a powerful explosion. Pooh! This time, Bei Feng spat out blood. His body flew out horizontally, smashing many branches off of the huge trees before dropping onto the floor. The little guy immediately followed in pursuit. Just when Bei Feng wanted to get up, Shi Hao flew over from the sky like a young pang. Then he slammed his foot straight down on Bei Feng's stomach. He overlooked his opponent with bright eyes. With a Hong sound, the entire mountain floor lightly trembled. The formidable youth, Bei Feng, was once again on his back. The wolf villagers were all shocked. Bei Feng was an outstandingly talented youth, and he was revered by his entire clan. They could not believe that he lost just like this, let alone to such a small child. Many people from Wolf Village drew their bows with the intent to kill Shi Hao. They wanted to rescue Bei Feng. Shi Feijiao and the others were furious, arming their own bows and aiming them at the other party as well. This was the beginning of a rough battle. With a hoo sound, Shi Hao grabbed Bei Feng's collar and lifted him up in front of him like a shield. He placed the body in front of the people from Wolf Clan to protect himself. Bei Feng was incredibly angry. He could no longer maintain his usual gloomy and cool-headed composure, nor could he restrain himself anymore. Today, he was inflicted with extraordinary shame and humiliation. Being caught like this by an infant was a feeling worse than being killed. He struggled with all his strength and sent a fist towards the little guy. Even though Shi Hao lacked sufficient experience, his hands and eyes were quick. With a wave of his hand, symbols rotated, and his palm slapped over first with a paw sound. It slammed against Bei Feng's chest, causing his body to shake violently. Blood poured out of his mouth, and the fist that he sent out lost power. The little guy didn't stop here. He lifted Bei Feng, who was a lot taller than he was before, quickly rushing towards Shi Linghu and the others. Bei Feng's body was slender, and as he was carried by Shi Hao, more than half his body was being dragged across the ground through thistles and rocks. His hair was completely disheveled, and compared to that handsome cold youth from before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was truly in a sorry state. While he was still a distance of around 8 to 9 meters away, the little guy fiercely tossed Bei Feng out of his hands, and with a splat, Bei Feng landed in front of Shi Linghu and the others. He rolled a few times before spitting out some more blood. His eyes were filled with anger. "Child, weren't you acting quite vicious before? Keep acting arrogant. Why stop now?" After Shi Feijiao finished talking, he took large steps forward and then stepped on Bei Feng, causing his body to release a cracking sound. Bei Feng's breastbone immediately snapped. Their strengths were similar, but right now, Bei Feng was a lowly prisoner who naturally could not defend himself due to having his breastbone broken. The pain was so intense that he began groaning and sweating profusely. "Little guy, you're too kind-hearted." Just then, when facing the enemy, you had plenty of chances to injure him and missed them all. Then, after capturing him, your methods were too light. Doing things in such a way can become very dangerous. Shi Linghu was teaching him on the side. "Yeah." The little guy was a bit embarrassed, and almost seemed to be a completely different person from the little tiger before. This was the first time he fought with all of his strength, and the only reason he acted this way was due to seeing his uncle wounded after almost being shot to death. The enemy was too barbaric, and that's why he urgently wanted to join the fight. "Greetings, friends from Stone Village. Show some mercy. Ask for whatever comes to mind. We can talk things over." The wolf villagers were anxious. This kind of potential was shockingly rare in a youth. If he were to die, their clan would suffer huge losses. "Now you want to talk? You steal our prey that we worked so bitterly for and even attempted to kill our clansmen. When you ruthlessly and cold-bloodedly shot at us, why didn't you think of the consequences?" Shi Linghu angrily said. "Pong." On the other side, Shi Feijiao directly stomped his foot again. "Gotcha." One of the bones in Bei Feng's arms snapped, causing his face to twist in pain. However, he still didn't mutter a word. "Don't. Stop. Everything is our fault. Can't we apologize for our crimes?" An elder from Wolf Village yelled out anxiously. Even their hunting squad captain yelled loudly, requesting to negotiate. He was a towering individual over 2 meters in height and was normally an oppressing and imposing person. However, right now, he was no longer the unyielding and overbearing person he was earlier. "Apologize my ass. Before we talk about anything else, we are going to beat him up first." Meng's father said this in a spitting rage. These days, everyone in Stone Village held back stomachs full of fire. How could this end with just a sentence? "Hong." His fan-like palm dropped down in an arc and slapped right on Bei Feng's face. It directly lacerated a part of his flesh, and his whole body flew over 10 meters horizontally. "You brat, you dare scowl at me? 4 or 5 of my brothers were almost killed by you." Every arrow was shot ruthlessly, penetrating their inner organs. "Where's your arrogant strength now? Show me." Pong. When Bei Feng rolled under Shi Linghu's feet, he also used his legs to kick out with the force of several thousand jin, which was enough to kick a ferocious beast to death. Despite Bei Feng being so strong, he also had a few bones broken. His mouth twitched, and blood spilt out like water. Not long ago, his attitude was insulting, callous, and tyrannical. Right now, he became their prisoner. There were injuries all over his face. His hair was scattered everywhere, and blood covered his body. He didn't say a single word. The difference between his past self and him right now was just too great. Pong. Everyone from Stone Village truly hated his previous attitude. That type of grim and arrogant person made everyone's teeth ache with anger. Now, everyone got a chance to give a piece of revenge. You get a kick and I get a kick. Living in such a desolate place, Every person had a well-built physique. After a round of this, Bei Feng was almost torn apart. Who knew how many of his bones had snapped or had gone soft? Stop! The wolf villagers grew increasingly anxious. They armed their huge bows and wanted to exert pressure to alleviate the situation. If this continued, even Bei Feng would become a cripple and lose all hope in rising up as a genius. All of you, stop and go stand on the side. We are not done with him. Let us take out our anger on him before we talk, Shi Feijiao said. Everyone gave a kick and a slap. Not long after, Bei Feng was tormented until he was in a truly terrible shape. His nose was bloodied, his face was swollen, and bones were broken everywhere. He had a miserable appearance and no longer had any traces of that callous expression from before. At this precise time, a group of children rushed up, especially Pai Ho. He kicked him with all his might and said, "You almost shot my father to death. Who cares if you are arrogant, so what? Weren't you still captured by the little guy? Our clan's little guy is only a bit older than 3 years old. While you're over 10, yet you can't even beat him. Do you still think you can act so domineeringly and stand above others?" The group of children beat him up while taunting him. At this moment, a group of people had surrounded Shi Hao, not stingy at all with their praise. Not even the people of Stone Village thought that he was this strong, that he was able to directly capture a youth whose terrifying strength was on par with Shi Linghu's. Friends from Stone Village, did you get rid of your anger yet? This should be good enough, right? Everyone from Wolf Village was getting worried. If this continued, a genius would be turned into a cripple. After that, what difference would there be between him and a dead dog? All right, fine, let's discuss then. Shi Linghu sat his buttocks down on Bei Feng's body and practically made him his mount. This made the people from Wolf Village want to rip their own hearts out. That strong man who was almost 2.5 meters in height was using that much strength to sit down. Even an ox would collapse from that weight. But they were under the mercy of Stone Village, so they had to yield and could only use kind words to persuade them. They did not dare show their resentment. We are friends that live in the middle of this wasteland. Even if we had a few disagreements, we will still see each other often. We beg you for forgiveness of our recklessness this time. A rather eloquent man from Wolf Village's hunting squad said. My ass. What do you mean we meet with each other so often? Everything is so easy to say. What were you doing before? Why did you want to kill our clansmen? Shi Feijiao criticized. With a wave of his hand, Shi Linghu said, Stop with the bullshit. We don't want to hear it. Tell us, how will you compensate us? This? The wolf villagers all frowned. The captain of the hunting squad said, We will make amends and apologize here, and we will give all the prey to you. How about that? Meng's father rolled his eyes and said, The prey was originally ours. You injured so many of us. You think just gifting us some stuff will make us even? All right, fine. From now on, we'll leave this part of the mountain and we'll never cross into your territory again. We'll also return all of the prey back to you. How about that? A person from Wolf Village said. Bullshit. These were what we had before. After all this talk, you do not have a speck of sincerity. A person with poor temperament from Stone Village shouted. Shi Linghu waved his hand and said, I don't want to speak with you all anymore. It's all right for us to release this youth, but in addition to everything stated before, leave behind all the weapons you have on you, and only then can you carry him back. Also, don't ever appear in front of us again. What? No way, the people from Wolf Village shouted. To them, weapons were like their second lives. Living in the middle of the mountain, they could not survive without these weapons. One must be aware that there were very few metal deposits here, and it was difficult to extract any. It was hard to obtain even one handy weapon, and they took a long time to smelt and polish. Then there's nothing more to talk about. Someone come and chop this kid's head off for me and bring it back to Wolf Village. Shi Linghu bellowed. Okay. A youthful and loud voice responded, and with a broadsword, he swung down to behead Bei Feng. Don't do it, we agree. An important person from Wolf Village shouted hurriedly to stop him. The faces of the other people from Wolf Village turned ugly. Do we really have to give away all these weapons? If we don't have weapons, we can make more. Although it is time-consuming, in the end we will still have some hope. But people, we cannot resurrect them. Beifeng's potential is extremely high. In these large and desolate lands, a person of his caliber is rare. In the future, it will be him who protects our clan. The people from Wolf Village all compromised and piled up the iron arrows, dragon-horned bows as well as the sharp broadswords one after another. They all felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Originally, there should have been a bloody battle, however. With the sudden appearance of the little guy confronting the dreadful innate talent of Beifeng, the battle changed, and a bloody conflict was avoided. Otherwise, no one knew how many people would have died. The group of people returned from their bountiful journey back to Stone Village. During the following days, Stone Village was quite peaceful. However, the depths of the mountain was certainly not calm. Often, the cries of beasts shocked the sky and shook the mountains, causing avalanches to rumble about. Chief, sooner or later that dreadful swan and I from the heart of the mountain will die. Recently, it continuously roars and struggles. A person came and reported directly to Shi Yunfeng. That is perhaps a true species of an archaic descendant. It could be considered powerful even within the depths of the mountain. If we could somehow obtain its remains, extract its true blood and copy down its skeleton's primitive symbols, then it could undoubtedly be considered a heaven-shocking treasure, a creature such as the swan and I, whose monstrosity and fearsomeness would shake even the heavens. Even after its death, the creature's whole body could be considered to be a treasure trove of wealth and precious resources. In the face of such a gold mine, who would not be tempted to snatch the precious resource for themselves? Such a treasure really makes one's eyes glow with greed, almost to the point of charging in right away and snatching away both true blood and original precious symbols in one fell swoop. A group of adolescent youths were eager to get in on the action. Even if that swan and I is gradually growing older, it's still not something we are capable of handling. Do not act rashly and wait patiently. The chief's face revealed a concentrated expression and solemnly warned. Haha! This time the reaped rewards are truly great. The little guy has really outdone himself this time around. It's thanks to him that we managed to avoid a bloodbath, a group of people praised. Oh! The little guy put on an embarrassed face and scratched his head in confusion. A loud noise emanated in the distance, drawing the attentions of Ziyun, Depeng, Shaoqing to run to the spot. Boom! Atop the clouds a giant bird swooped down and scales flickered with a cold light. The great green-scaled eagle had appeared. With a great hong sound, it dropped from its talons a giant fire rhinoceros in the village outskirts. Every so often it would come back and drop a huge prey. The hatchlings had been born for almost 2 months now, and their bodies grew rapidly, approaching 2.5 meters in size. Its body grew sleeker and stronger, and with both wings fully extended, they could almost fly. Little Z and the others quickly grow up. When you guys grow up, take me with you to see what the depths of the mountain range looks like. The little guys stroked their necks, and their eyes flashed a glimmer of hope to what they one day may become. Afterwards he once again started examining the ancestral treasured symbols of the 3 birds in front of him, in hopes of understanding the unique and mysterious power belonging to their species Wang. A noise shook the air, and soon after a soft yet holy silver moon emerged from the center of his palm and began to spread its clear splendor. Afterwards, the silvery moon began to rise before rotating to the back of his head, making the little guy seem extraordinary. During the last confrontation with Beifeng, he only formed a part of the precious symbol into his palm and did not use the complete silver moon. Otherwise, its power would be even more formidable. The silver moon rotated and revolved around him. Pure white light scattered around him, making the little guy appear unspeakably holy. Yeah, I figured out a bit more now. On the moon, there's a huge bird living within a palace. Could it be that that's Ziyun, Depeng and the other's ancestor, that archaic devil bird? Shi Hao muttered to himself. On that silver moon rests a tree, as well as a palace with mysterious and complex patterns. Currently, the little guy had already made some progress while studying the secret bone texts and was able to understand a bit more about the patterns. He released the silver moon, and the complete precious moon disk was brandished in bright and shining light. From within the palace rang a bird cry, and that tree began to shake and scatter out its clear splendor. The silver moon did not look like it was constructed from the symbols, and appeared too real. It was as if the moon in the sky fell down, truly lifelike. Chong, a metallic sound rang out, as if the bestowed ancestral treasures that had previously been gathering dust were reborn. A Kong Chong sound rang out, and the radiance was pure and holy. The silver moon circled around a 5 or 6 meter wide boulder, and with akacha sounds, the boulder split open, making a clean and glossy cut. It didn't disappear, and once again shot out and cut 2 more boulders before fading away. Yeah, last time it only managed to split a single boulder. Now it can cut 3, how powerful! The little guy opened his mouth in amazement. The silver moon flickered with symbols and became much more concentrated compared to before. The palace and the tree were vaguely visible, sharp and lifelike. The strength increased by a whole level. The little guy is so formidable, he can release such a powerful disc. I feel that his strength is sufficient to face those desolate beasts within the mountains. After seeing this display, some of the children began to become incredibly envious. Wu, after seeing how terrifying that archaic devil bird was, if it manages to pass down its imprints intact, it will definitely be a divine skill. However, this is quite a rare event. The chief spoke. This type of powerful attack can be considered a precious technique. A technique that will usually be kept as a precious secret. After such a long time, my clan can finally be considered to have a precious technique. Some of the elder were beginning to feel a bit emotional. These types of precious technique would normally only be in the hands of powerful clans. If not for the little guy raising these green-scaled eagles and carefully researching them from a close distance, it would be impossible to obtain it. We still don't know what the situation regarding Swan and I. If it really is dying from old age and we manage to obtain its remains, then that will signify us obtaining another precious technique. The stronger the archaic descendant species, the more it would protect its secrets, especially the imprints of its ancestral treasured symbols, which would likely be destroyed before death. Shi Yunfeng frowned. It is precisely because of this reason that ancestral treasured symbols were so rare and precious. It was truly uncommon, as it represented a species' major inheritance and that there was a chance of obtaining a precious technique. I really hope that Swan and I doesn't destroy its own precious bones, as those are from a genuine archaic descendant. The precious technique it holds must be astonishingly powerful. Shi Linhu said. The chief shook his head and said, "Don't be too greedy. For our clan to unexpectedly obtain a precious technique is already quite fortunate." For days later, a world-shaking roar rang out and shook all of the mountains and ravines. All of the wild creatures were trembling with fear as they groveled on the floor, and all of the vicious birds fled to the skies. The mountain boulders rolled about, and thousands of trees swayed back and forth as the entire forest trembled. That Swan and I came out from within the depths of the mountains and arrived in the surrounding area. Since it was on the verge of death, it wanted to find a place of rest. Its power and influence were extremely frightening. It really is about to die from old age. Most likely, it will be within 1 or 2 days. Stone Village was bustling. If they managed to obtain that Swanese corpse, then that would be a tremendous treasure deposit. The quality of its true blood would be astonishing beyond belief, and that would truly be blood medicine. Wu, it really is an archaic descendant. If the blood vessels are pure enough, then the little guy's baptism will depend on it. Even Shi Yunfeng couldn't remain calm anymore. He paced back and forth rather excitedly. He really wanted to go and take it right now. Send some people to carefully scout the area. We need to prepare well and be ready to leave at any time. Several of the elders couldn't sit still any longer. They were nervous, excited, worried, and it was hard for them to calm down. As for Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, and some other robust men, they were even more anxious and their eyes were turning red. I saw that Swan and I tear apart a bunch of vicious beasts and turn that area of the forest into a forbidden zone. There aren't even any tracks of beasts or birds left. A day later, A villager ran back to the village and reported the terrifying scene that he saw when he stood far away on top of a mountain peak. Chief Shi Yunfeng suddenly turned his body around and said, "Let's go. We need to start moving. However, we must carefully prepare this time, as we will most likely not be the only ones. There will be other creatures and villagers fighting over it." "Grandpa Chief, I am going too," the little guy begged. The villagers did not object, as his current fighting strength was already quite frightening. Although he was extremely young, he was already able to grasp a precious method. At a crucial moment, he could display his divine might. Zhujiu Depeng, Shao Qing, Azi gathered in front and rubbed their heads against his arm. They showed their intimacy and wanted to tag along as well. "Be good. Don't be so noisy. It's very dangerous within the mountains. You guys haven't grown up yet, and cannot go take such risks. Wait for me here at home. When I come back, I'll bring you guys to catch and eat some fish." Sure Hao pacified the three little birds and at the same time warned them. He needed to persuade the green-scaled eagle to help him again when the time was right. Since the expedition to seek out the precious body of the swan and I was quite dangerous, if he had the help of a formidable vicious bird, everything would become a lot smoother. "Let's go to the mountains." A group of people entered the mountains with their head held high towards the cemetery of the swan and I. Hong! The entire earth shook and the mountain quaked, and it seemed as if an earthquake occurred within the depths of the mountain, making the entire mountain tremble. It was truly a terrifying scene. "Chief, the swan and I is at the end of its lifespan and at death's door. It entered a mountain cave and caused a cave-in." A few villagers ran back to rapidly and loudly report the circumstances. "Go, we need to move faster," Shi Yunfeng shouted. A group of people rushed straight towards the heart of the mountain. The swan knee's life force had been completely exhausted when it passed away, meaning that there was an entire body of true blood and precious bones to be exploited. How could they not be excited? "Faster, we are moving too slow." Shi Linghu and the others were anxious. They feared that they would arrive late, because the first ones there would take everything. Lofty mountain peaks surrounded them one after the other. The mountains were endless, and the ancient forest was extremely astonishing. The tree tops towered into the heavens, reaching over 1,000 meters in height. They overshadowed some of the mountains, covering heaven and earth. Even vine grew for who knew how long, and not even the arms of several adults could wrap around their tree trunks. They grew alongside the mountains like vigorous and young horned dragons. The people of Stone Village madly rushed to get here, and when they arrived near the place where the swan and I perished, they felt a baleful aura. The overbearing aura was what the king of 10,000 beasts left behind. So quiet. Everyone felt that something was abnormal. This place was too quiet. Not a sound could be heard, making it feel as if they were in a graveyard. There wasn't a single bird present, let alone ordinary beasts. Even the bugs and ants hid themselves within the caves in seclusion. The mountain forest was desolate, silent, and had a death-like tranquility. Before the swan and I died, it killed many vicious beasts and started going crazy. "The birds and animals here have all fled," Shi Linghu said. "Something's wrong," Chief Shi Yunfeng suddenly said in a frightful manner. He then immediately said in an urgent voice, "Linghu, don't be hasty. The carcass of a swan and I is rare and precious, and I don't think we are the only ones here. There are some vicious beasts spying on us, so let's retreat for now and not act recklessly." He felt waves of dangerous aura creeping in on their party, as if some powerful and desolate huge beast was approaching from afar. Its eyes were ice cold, and the old chief could feel a chill creep down his spine. He immediately ordered the villagers to retreat. The little guy also felt this. His hairs stood up and he clenched his fists. Shi Hao also told everyone that he felt this sensation. Everyone quickly withdrew and did not approach that crumbled rock mountain. "Are we just giving up like this? This is really difficult to bear." Shi Feijiao struck his own chest, feeling incredibly stifled. "Let's not rush in first, we must wait for an opportunity. A person's life is the most precious thing." Even though a swan's blood is incredibly frightening and contains precious techniques that defy the heavens, We must still keep our lives to use them, Shi Yunfeng solemnly said. They came quickly but left quickly as well. They ascended a tall mountain and observed the situation carefully from the distance. There were human figures everywhere, and shouting sounds could be heard from the mountain forest. They came from 3 separate directions and belonged to different villages, but their goals were the same. They rushed towards the collapsing mountain to dig out the Swan Knee's corpse. As expected, it wasn't just us who lusted over the ancestral descendant Swan Knee's remains. Everyone living in this desolate area is paying close attention to this. The 3 sides encountered each other, and they immediately clashed. Shouts of war sounded within the forest region. A woo! Suddenly, 5 ferocious beasts appeared one after the other. All of them were as big as houses. They all exposed their white carnivorous teeth before suddenly pouncing onto the groups of people who were fighting over the Swan Knee's carcass. At the same time, long cries could be heard from the birds in the sky. Violent winds stirred about as many vicious birds flew over, each of them 5 to 6 meters tall with a wingspan of over 11 or 12 meters. When they dove down, 6 or 7 people were immediately ripped apart, causing blood to spill everywhere. It was a bloody scene. Forget about those personally experiencing this onslaught. Even the people of Stone Village who were observing from afar became scared. Soon after, the vicious birds and the ferocious beasts all retreated. This was a great disaster. A woo! As expected, the roars of beasts in the mountains began to rise and fall. The ferocious beasts and vicious birds that were scared off by the Swan and I before had all returned. They wanted to steal its body to make themselves stronger. The chaos was not only happening in this part of the mountain. Powerful creatures were moving from the distant great mountains as well. The cries of birds and beasts immediately resounded through the air, throwing the entire mountain range into disorder. All of the beasts began to revolt. The larger ones measured 10 meters, and the small ones a few feet. In just a blink of an eye, over a few hundred of them appeared. These were all formidable species, or else they would not have dared to rush over. They resembled a flood as they swarmed over, violently howling along the way. The same situation was happening in the skies as well. All types of bird species with steel beaks and sharp claws covered the sky as they circled about. They rushed towards this mountain region as if they had gone crazy. Scales and feathers flew about in the air. Run! The people from the 3 villages abandoned over 40 corpses and all fled towards a river, using the water to flee for their lives. Otherwise, not a single one of them would survive. On the peak of the mountain, the faces of those from Stone Village who were watching became pale. They also expected there to be vicious beasts that would fight over the Swan Knee's corpse. But none of them expected there to be so many. The people who thought they were safe after jumping in the water released blood-curdling screams. There were several snakes over 10 meters long rolling about. They opened their bloody mouths and instantly swallowed 4 or 5 people. Kacha! On the other side, a gold-colored crocodile over 10 meters long appeared. It opened its vacuum-like mouth, instantly tearing 5 or 6 people apart. Blood flowed through the cracks of its white teeth, dyeing the river red. This sight made everyone's bones shiver in fright. The survivors quickened their pace, not daring to slow down again. So terrifying. Luckily, we decided to temporarily retreat. Otherwise, we might have ended up just like them. Ling Shihu was still feeling lingering fear. He noticed that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Looks like this Swan Knee's body is much more precious than we originally thought. Otherwise, why would so many birds and beasts risk their lives for it? Shi Feijiao said. Over by the collapsed mountain were several hundred vicious beasts and ferocious birds. They all madly attacked to tear open the huge boulders and dig out the Swan Knee's precious remains. They were also fighting against each other. The reeking of blood permeated the air, and ear-splitting roars tore through the sky. There are too many fierce beasts. Even this place might be caught up in the chaos, so it's not safe here either, a village elder shouted. Awoo! As soon as he finished speaking, a frantic gale blew through the mountains. 2 enormous beasts appeared, each 7 or 8 meters long. Brown fur covered the bodies of these vicious and sinister-looking beasts. Two wings extended out from their ribs. They were terrifying tigers, and two of them showed up at once. These tigers with rather strange appearances were not given food and abandoned by their mothers when they were young. It was almost impossible for them to grow up, and if they didn't starve to death, they would have been devoured by mountain beasts. In the 1 in 1,000 chance that they did survive and grow up, then their ferocious might would shake the forest and possess the power to feast on all types of ferocious beasts. Yet two of these tigers appeared in front of them. It was truly astonishing. They were much more ferocious than ordinary vicious beasts and difficult to deal with. Following a whoosh sound, a violent gust of wind blew by. One of the huge tigers dove down. It opened its bloody mouths and immediately chomped down on two villagers. Kacha! One of them had their body snapped in half. Blood spewed out violently, creating an incredibly ghastly sight. Shi Lin! Ayun! The villagers all voiced out their sorrow and anger. Iron arrows poured down like rain. This was all too sudden. These savage tigers could fly, and they were 7 to 8 meters in length. The abrupt appearance of these giants naturally caught them off guard, and as a result, a bloody slaughter was unleashed. Bastards! Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao roared loudly. The others brandished their broadswords and rushed forward. They brought a few strong, robust males with them and charged in the direction of that huge tiger. Despite the fact that these species did not have ancestral precious symbols on their bones, their physical bodies were extremely strong and fearsome, possessing incredible killing power. The villagers would always do their best to avoid these types of creatures when they went out to hunt. Oh! The other tiger released a terrifying roar and pounced from a different angle. With a wave of its claws, cold light flickered and chong-chong sounds could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions as the great swords, rods, and other weapons were sent flying into the sky. Among them, two individuals moved a bit too slow. Their stomachs were torn apart, causing blood to be spilled onto the ground. They suffered grave injuries. These two individuals were dragged back by the other villagers. You overgrown cat! Give my Uncle Yun and the others' lives back! Shi Hao was furious. He charged forward. The symbols on both arms lit up like shining stars between his fingers and palms. Specks of light shone, and then a silver moon emerged. This disked moon looked real, as if a divine moon fell from the 9th heaven. Holy light shone everywhere as it quickly sliced towards the huge tiger. Dang! The huge tiger waved its huge fan-like claws, and cold light spewed everywhere as they clashed against the silver moon. Metallic sounds rang throughout the entire mountain. One must know that this silver moon could split open huge boulders. Its strength was limitless, but just now, this enormous tiger faced it head-on with its sharp claws. The clash between the silver moon and tiger claws resulted in a brief standstill. Then, the vicious tiger released a world-shaking roar of fury. One of its claws was hacked off. Blood poured outwards, dyeing the ground red. Meanwhile, the silver moon did not weaken in power. With another pu sound, the moon chopped towards the tiger's head. A huge gash was hacked apart, and blood began to gush out from the terrifying wound. The beast's roar resounded through the skies and caused the forest to tremble. The huge tiger shook violently, and with a look of disbelief, the light within its eyes gradually faded. With a loud sound, it dropped into a pool of its own blood. This was precisely the precious technique of the green-scaled eagle. Its power was astonishing. With a single strike from Shi Hao, it beheaded a terrifying enormous tiger. Good stuff. Little guy. Do it again. Shi Feijiao shouted. Shi Hao turned around and charged towards the other tiger. The light on his palms lit up again, and the terrifying power of the precious technique showed its frightening might again. The silver moon streaked across the sky, and that 70 or 80 meter long huge tiger's neck started to bleed profusely. The silver light turned around, chopping straight towards its head. With a gudong sound, it dropped onto the floor. That huge beast's blood poured out like a river, splashing all over the villagers' bodies. What a terrifying, precious technique! The power of this type of offensive technique left them quite shocked. After killing the two vicious tigers, the little guy felt a bit stupefied. This was the first time he killed vicious beasts in the forest. After lowering his head to look at his tender little hands, he remained silent for quite a period of time. It's nothing. Don't fear the smell of blood, child. Of the men that grow up in the great wastelands, who doesn't come into contact with blood? They all do. Shi Linghu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Shi Hao lifted his head with some effort. Even though his heart wasn't at peace. Right now, he tightly shut his mouth and didn't speak too much. If he didn't just kill those huge tigers, many more villagers would have died. Precious techniques are really strong. It can kill vicious beasts and save people. If we can get the swan knees primordial symbols, that would be great. Only after a long time had passed did the little guy softly say to himself. A loud bird cry sounded from the middle of the clouds, and the green-scaled eagle appeared. It quickly descended, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind as it did so. The little guy jumped up and waved his hands. He yelled loudly, "Anti-green-scaled eagle, bring me with you. You're the overlord of the outer forest, and I can also help you a little. Let's fight for the swan knees precious technique together." The green-scaled eagle glanced sideways, and the scales all over its body shined with a cold light as if it were made out of polished metal. It appeared cold and frightening, and the look in its eyes was deep as it gazed downwards. "Ant Green, faster. There's not enough time." The little guy was on the mountain peak fiddling with his small hands as he shouted out in a loud voice. Violent gales whistled as the green-scaled eagle rapidly descended with its wings spread out to roughly 50 or 60 meters long. Like a black fog pressing downwards, it casted a large shadow, making the people's hearts palpitate. Shi Hao with a whoosh jumped 5 or 6 meters high and landed on the back of the eagle. He immediately felt a hard surface, and each of her scales were as cold and hard as metal. "Little guy, don't be too adventurous," the chief loudly yelled. Everything happened so fast, and there wasn't any time to prevent Shi Hao from leaping upwards. "Grandpa Chief, relax, we won't take that many risks. We'll only take action when we find the chance to." Shi Hao waved his little hand, signaling that there was no need to worry. "Little guy, you have to be careful," Shi Linghu yelled out. He knew that he couldn't prevent this little guy, and could only loudly warn him. "Uncle, I know. Grandpa Chief, you guys go back first. This place is too dangerous. There are too many clans on the move, so opportunities won't be abundant anyway." The villagers all immediately understood. This was a fact. Right now, even if all the males at the prime of their lives were to go, they would drown in a sea of several hundred crazy and vicious beasts, and join the bloodbath in the mountain. "Let's go!" Chief Shi Yunfeng waved and gave his command. Otherwise, he might attract another disaster. "Little guy, you must be careful," a person from the village yelled, warning him with his large voice. "I know, Grandpa Chief, you guys must be careful too." The green-scaled eagle hovered and took off near the side of the mountains. Its speed was incredibly fast, and the wind sounded like thunder as it scraped their faces until injuries ensued. It was practically impossible to open one's eyes. The little guy Shi Hao laid flat on its back, and his 2 small hands tightly clung on to its cold, chilly scales as he squinted his eyes to view what is in the distance. "Ant Green, be careful. There are many vicious beasts down there." The green-scaled eagle was exceptionally fast. With a flap of its wings, it quickly crossed over from one mountain peak to the other. The mountain trees collapsed and huge trees were snapped. Broken branches and withered leaves flew everywhere. Over 100 formidable vicious beasts were in combat, and over 100 vicious birds smacking their wings as well. They didn't hold anything back, and even many boulders were smashed, causing a huge mess. The beasts roared, and the cries of birds echoed throughout the mountains. Blood spilled over the surface, dyeing the mountains a deep red. There were many enormous beasts that collapsed and were trampled on until they became a bloody pulp. The area reeked of blood. In front of the crumbled mountain, it was completely filled with dense living creatures that madly fought for superiority. Blood unceasingly spilled 10 feet into the air as the creatures tried to dig out the huge boulder that was hiding the swan knee's body. There was a leopard in particular who measured over 10 meters long that had a horn growing out of its head. It used its tyrannical strength to rip apart a huge beast's body with each strike, soaking it in blood. Its two incomparably sharp claws glittered with a metallic sheen as they doused in the blood of its prey. An especially large kuei, one-legged monster, roared like thunder. Its huge body measured an enormous 20 meters long as if it was a small mountain. Its weapon was its sound wave, and wherever it passed by, ferocious beasts were knocked out, and blood spilled in all directions. Pong, an 8 or 9 meter long silver pangolin, bore an immense and sharp horn on its head, and it was able to overcome anything. It dug out the mountain rocks, and ruptured them one after the other, directly digging through into the middle of the mountain. There were too many species, and they were all incredibly formidable. Otherwise, they would not have decided to participate, as they were all intelligent. The huge beasts fought for supremacy, and the group of tyrannical creatures attacked each other as they all lusted over the carcass of the swan and eye. If they were to devour it, they would become the king of the mountain. Who? A mighty gust of wind whistled as the green-scaled eagle quickly rushed over. With both its huge metallic claws stretched forth, it grabbed straight for the 8 or 9 meter long silver pangolin. With over half of its body was hidden under the surface, since it was highly possible it would obtain the swan and eye carcass first. With a poo sound, even though the pangolin's skin was akin to iron, it could not avoid being penetrated by the green-scaled eagle's cold and shiny pair of claws. Its blood sprinkled out of its body. A large bellow passed through the middle of the mountain, and the silver pangolin went mad. It crazily swung its tail, and at the same time it dug itself out of the rocks. It stood up and thrusted its 2-meter-long huge horn towards the green-scaled eagle. However, the green-scaled eagle had even once forced the people of Stone Village to use their ancestral artifacts. One must know that these were treasured artifacts made from the kings of archaic descendants passed through the generations. Both its wings struck the sky, and in a flash, it rose up. Of course, its two claws did not let go. Like before, it held the pangolin by the tail and rapidly ascended up to the clouds. In this course of events, winds rolled as if it were thunder. The pangolin's struggles were all proven worthless, and without using the floor to assert its full strength, it was hard for it to wound the fierce bird. Suddenly, after ascending to the clouds, the green-scaled eagle released its huge claws. The pangolin dropped rapidly from the sky as if a streak of silver light. Bang! A miserable sound rang out from the middle of the mountain, and dust and smoke filled the surroundings soon after. That 8 or 9 meter long huge pangolin was smashed on sight, and many of its strong and tough bones were snapped as his body became a puddle. Even if its body was as hard as steel, it would not have survived. "Big Ant, you're so strong," the little guy gasped in admiration. The green-scaled eagle dove down towards the mountain again. It was the outer mountain range's apex predator. Naturally, it could show disdain on the groups of beasts. This time, without using its corporeal body's strength, it spat out a streak of azure moonlight. There were a few disparities between this attack and the little guy's silver moon. Its diameter was 2 meters long as it targeted straight for the 20-meter-long kuei. With the activation of this ancestral precious technique, the area was suddenly thrown into chaos. Many vicious birds and fierce beasts were terrified and decided to flee in all directions. However, there were some fierce and violent ones that were extra bloodthirsty and decided to sweep away the huge mess. Pooh! That disked azure moon gloriously dazzled, and with incomparable sharpness, it directly chopped off the kuei's huge head. Blood spouted out over 10 meters high, and that headless body dropped to the floor with a rumble vibrating the surface. Blood flowed out like a small river. Meow! A sound that made people's head shiver was heard. It was that huge leopard that measured over several meters long. It hid behind a mountain boulder that was located at a higher terrain, and it fiercely leaped forth from behind with intent to kill the green-scaled eagle. On its head was a huge black horn, and it thrusted perfectly straight towards the back of the green-scaled eagle's head, as it used both its huge claws measuring over half a meter to tear towards her back. This was a perfect ambush, and it was going to be successful, as the green-scaled eagle's steel-like scales might not be able to protect itself. After all, this was a leopard that possessed the original archaic blood. At the same time, the sound of flapping could be heard. 7 or 8 vicious birds descended from all directions. They all grabbed towards the green-scaled eagle since they felt it was the most threatening, and acted together to defeat the overlord of the skies. A hazy light was activated and a round silver moon rose up. Symbols flickered, and the disked moon with the palace and ancient tree emitted a brilliant splendor. With a ween sound, that fearsome leopard's horn was split into pieces, and its skull was cleaved into 2 pieces. It screamed miserably as it dropped to the floor. "Auntie, don't worry. I got your back." Little Sure How spoke with his childish nature. The green-scale eagle shrieked in a loud voice and flapped both its wings. It swept away the other vicious birds, and immediately, scales and feathers scattered about as blood spouted out. In just one breath, it ripped apart several large birds of prey that were at least 5 meters long. However, they were all killed with the green-scaled eagle's bodily strength. This was precisely an archaic devil bird's descendant. Without using any precious techniques, its corporeal body can sweep away everything before it on the mountains. The wind whistled, and this time when the green-scaled eagle rushed downwards, most of the other fierce beasts all avoided it and did not want to provoke it, as its attacks were truly tyrannical. "Auntie, let's dig out this mountain rocks. The swan and I is just under it," the little guy said. The green-scaled eagle landed, and with just a claw, it immediately split apart a huge boulder weighing 1,000 jin. With its wings spread, it swept them flying with a hoo sound. It rapidly excavated since this place was still dangerous. Even something as strong as the green-scaled eagle did not dare to stay for too long. Rubble collapsed, and a deep hole was quickly dug out. Suddenly, a purple light flashed and a splendorous whip was shot out, directly flying towards the green-scaled eagle. Ding! The purple light whip shot out around the green-scaled eagle's left wing, making sparks fly. This made the vicious bird burst out in anger as it felt pain on its metallic wings. "Yeah, it's a purple snake," the little guy cried out in alarm. This snake was too fast, and they couldn't react to it. It employed a hit-and-run tactic, and it was only as thick as an adult's leg. However, it was 6 or 7 meters long. It was much more refined than a huge beast. However, it was really strong. Purple scales glittered with light all over its body as they flowed with a brilliant splendor. It was incomparably sturdy, and using its strength, it could even bite off the metallic scales of the green-scaled eagle. Furthermore, the green-scaled eagle's wounds were dripping with black blood. Evidently, it was poisoned. Pooh! The archaic devil bird's descendant was also straightforward, and from within its mouth it spat out many small crescent moons. With a pew sound, it ripped off that scaled flesh weighing several jin, and immediately blood started to pour out. "Auntie!" The little guy was shocked. No one could have thought that a terrifying snake hid within the middle of the mountains. Clearly, it was formidable as it dared to engage in combat with the green vicious bird. The green-scaled eagle shrieked, several symbols flickering on the wound to rapidly staunch the bleeding, stabilizing the injury. Afterwards, its pupils shot out 2 streaks of awe-inspiring cold gaze as it stared at that huge, violet, and smooth slithering snake. Hiss! This snake was sensitive. It was extremely wise, rather than impulsive. Moonlight appeared, and light radiated out of the green-scaled eagle as it activated its precious technique. It rapidly aimed towards that purple vermin, and it hummed as it traversed the air, causing booms to sound. What was astonishing was that this violet snake speed was extraordinarily quick. With a flick of its tail, it rapidly leaped over 20 meters away, avoiding the attack. The green-scaled eagle brandished its wings and tried to go in for the kill. It opened its beak and once again, the azure moonlight appeared, this time even more lustrous as it whirled towards the violet snake. Dang! It finally hit its mark. However, what made people even more flabbergasted was that this violet snake wasn't cut in half. Only, a large piece of its scale was destroyed, exposing strands of flowing blood. It struggled around in pain and quickly leaped, retreating over 20 meters away. Chi the little guy took action, and a silver moon appeared on his right palm. A pure and holy disk appeared, and like the setting sun, It caused vapors to rise into the air. With a chi, it flew out straight towards that shaken snake's wound. Their many scales had already peeled off. Its defense had dropped, and the shine of blood could be seen. However, just like before, it could not chop the bewildered snake in half, only cutting further in by a thumb's length. Its flesh and bones were extremely hard and solid as it resisted the attack. The green-scaled eagle's pupils dilated. If it did not enter the heart of the mountain, it was not likely for it to be injured. Today, it unexpectedly suffered this huge tragedy. Naturally, it would not spare this opponent. Continued to pursue to attack. Unexpectedly, a scarlet body shot out from the side, and it was over 2 meters long. Dazzling and flickering in a sanguine light, it appeared suddenly, making it impossible to defend against as its body dropped onto the green-scaled eagle's back. This was a blood sable that was over 2 meters long. Its entire body seemed as if it was made out of sparkling red agate, and it also had a pair of scarlet wings. Despite its body size appearing minuscule next to the huge beast, it was still especially formidable. It had extraordinary strength and was as fast as lightning. It rushed by in a flash and almost tore the little guy's chest right open as it scraped against his abdomen. It immediately followed with a claw to inflict a half-meter-long wound on the back of the green-scaled eagle's neck. The little guy lightly chanted and a silver moon appeared, startling the blood sable, making it retreat. The vicious bird trembled. Its entire body radiated light, and it was completely angered. It had suffered tragedy after tragedy, causing all of its anger to be curled up as started to murderously chase after the other two strange beasts. The violet snake and the blood sable's teamwork was impeccable, as if practiced. This caused the little guy to be surprised. These creatures were actually so wise. Hong! A silver alligator rushed out from the middle of the river and arrived here, simultaneously smashing a piece of mountain rock. At the same time, 7 or 8 tyrannical creatures appeared, far surpassing normal huge beasts. They were all frightful opponents. Finally, as if they all came to a tacit understanding, they stopped their attacks and rapidly excavated the mountain rocks with the intention of seeing the swan-knee's carcass before determining the victor. The green-scaled eagle also halted its attacks, its body covered with huge traces of blood, and its green scales flickered in a cold light, seemingly very terrifying. "Aunt Green, are you okay?" The little guy had begun to worry. There were hundreds of huge beasts. There were even a few that were stronger than the green-scaled eagle. The difficulty in obtaining the swan-knee's corpse was simply too high. Boom! The silver alligator went crazy and successively tore apart the huge rocks. Suddenly, a beam of brilliant golden multicolored light blossomed, and as if a small sun was rising, it caused the mountain rocks to sparkle. Those leg was as thick as pillars, strong and robust. Densely clothed in dazzling gold fur, it looked like it was made out of gold. It was glistening and dazzling, and its terrible aura reached the heavens. The treasured body of the archaic descendant, Swan and I, was discovered. On its body, there were ancestral symbols flashing. This caused all the tyrannical living creatures to shake. Their eyes were red-hot, and all of them wanted to rush forward. This was the golden leg of a beast. It was splendid and dazzling, thick and strong like that of a mythological beast. Even after death, it still had a dreadful aura around it. There were gold rays of light flowing out that made the hearts of others develop a type of reverence. At this moment, forget about the hundreds of vicious beasts, even the hundreds of vicious birds, the silver alligator, blood sable, and violet snake couldn't help but take a step back, as if affected by that terrifying aura. In the end, it was the green-scaled eagle that advanced first. The other beasts then followed. There was a strong-looking fire unicorn as well as something similar to a hoe. They were all overlords of the outer mountains. However, apart from the green-scaled eagle, the others were not from this area. With a rumbling sound, the green-scaled eagle extended its wings, shaking many mountain rocks as well as sending rocks and sand flying. This exposed a large chunk of the swan-knee's precious body. The few other vicious beasts acted similarly as well. They grouped together, immediately causing rubble to fly into the air, shocking the other vicious beasts into retreating. A piece of brilliant and godly golden splendor trickled out. What appeared was a huge monster that had the appearance of a godly lion. On its head was a huge golden dragon horn, and golden scales covered its forehead. Its whole body was lustrous, shining brightly with golden silky fur. This was a swan and a genuine archaic descendant. Despite the fact that its noble blood wasn't the purest and not as heaven-defying as that of its archaic ancestors, it was still the most respected existence within the depths of the mountains. Its remaining carcass was not considered the largest, and was only 6 meters wide. However, the strength of a beast wasn't determined by the size of its body. The swan and in front of their eyes was the proof of this. Its entire body seemed to be cast in gold. Despite being dead, its might was still present. A dense and vicious aura filled the air. A golden brilliance illuminated the skies and brightened the entire region of the mountain. This was the old swan and a strong and terrifying creature. Ho! The green-scaled eagle, leopard ho, fire cloud unicorn and several other birds and beasts of the same level immediately took action. Since the precious body of the swan and was now visible, everyone began to fight over it with all their strength. Chong that leopard ho let out a long hiss, and from its back shot out a streak of lightning like silvery light. Its body unexpected held ancestral symbols. Pooh, a huge beast, let out a scream. That light was incomparably sharp as it penetrated through its chest. The front and the back were shining, exposing that broken, bleeding heart. The green-scaled eagle had taken flight a long time ago and began to dive down to execute its crazed attacks. Azure moonlight shot out like beams of light as they swept across the mountain forest. A huge beast was hacked in half on the spot. It attacked without any mercy, targeting the strongest enemies with its attacks. The other 100 beasts and birds weren't that big of an issue, because not even their huge numbers were a threat. The area immediately reeked of blood. Some huge beasts already began to recklessly charge forward to tear at that swan and They wanted to devour its precious flesh and blood. Several huge beast overlords violently roared, including the green-scaled eagle. They executed their attacks to inhibit others, creating a huge array of chaos everywhere they went. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded, making people's souls feel sore. A purple rat that was as large as a youth from the stone village leapt onto the back of the green-scaled eagle. "Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle, be careful!" the little guy cried out in alarm. To the eyes of the purple rat, the green-scaled eagle posed the biggest threat, so it wanted to eliminate it first. Its body was extremely small when compared to the green-scaled eagle, but its offensive power was quite strong. With just a strike of its claw, it directly tore off over a dozen jean of flesh from the green-scaled eagle's body. It was actually able to tear off the scales. The little guy released a light shout, and then he attacked with all his might. The silver moon rotated before slicing towards the purple rat. Even though the green-scaled eagle was angry, it did not lose reason. It knew that in a faraway part of the mountain, there lived a creature who was feared by hundreds of beasts, a mouse king. It consumed metal for food and had unstoppable teeth and claws. The green-scaled eagle's entire body shone. Symbols interweaved, extending over its body like streaks of lightning. It confined the rat for a short duration with the goal of using ancestral symbols to wring it to pieces. Sure how acted as well, and used the silver moon to attack the immobile mouse king. With a loud clunk, it was unable to break through. The little guy shockingly widened his eyes and shouted, "Yah! Again!" Chong, chong. Sparks splashed in every direction, and that silver moon hacked down continuously, causing that mouse king's fur to finally split open. Blood splashed out, but those bones were as hard as precious artifacts and extremely hard to chop apart. The little guy did not stop there. After the first silver moon dissipated, a second one came to hack down again. Finally, a gotcha sounded, and the Mouse King's bones were broken apart, causing serious damage. Hong! At the same time, the green-scaled eagle used the might of its interweaving symbols to inflict dreadful bloody scars all over the Mouse King's body. It dropped towards the mountain rocks below while suffering from grave injuries. At the same time, a vicious bird overlord was also killed. Now, there were no more threats to the green-scaled eagle. It rapidly ascended, waiting for the mess below to clear up a bit before taking action again. In reality, the green-scaled eagle wasn't the only one who chose to withdraw. After fighting a bit, the other overlords all backed up as well. They didn't wish to be taken advantage of by others during this chaos, which resulted in a standoff situation. Suddenly, every scale on the green-scaled eagle's body spread out. They then quickly tightened, as if it felt a great fear. It then ferociously swooped down, flying close to the forest as it sped away. At this moment, the little guy felt a chill on his back, also feeling as if he fell into an ice cellar. Only after experiencing the green-scaled eagle's rapid flight for a short while did that feeling slowly disappear. What is that? The little guy's heart had never beaten as quickly as it did today before. It was as if he had stopped breathing completely. His little face was quite pale. The green-scaled eagle flew far away, and then it rapidly ascended above the clouds. It hid its body and gazed intensely into that mountain region. The little guy used the strength of the bone text, and both of his eyes glowed brightly. He also gazed towards that direction while lying on the back of the green-scaled eagle. Oh! A world-shaking roar rang through the air, making groups of tens of thousands of mountain and ravines tremble. Leaves flew about chaotically and rustled through the air. The entire world immediately became cold as a terrifying aura poured outwards, wreaking havoc. The chaotic clamoring of the mountain forest immediately died down. The vicious birds and ferocious beasts immediately became silent. They all trembled with fear, and their bodies all trembled from head to toe, not daring to make a single sound. Even the blood sable, purple golden snake, and fire cloud unicorn did not dare to move. A black silhouette emerged. It was as if an unparalleled devil king was descending. It emitted a terrifying power throughout the heavens and placed all of the mountains and ravines under a deathly stillness. This was a vicious ape. It wasn't too huge and was only 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in half a foot of long black fur, shiny yet terrifying. What was even more shocking was that it actually had a pair of black wings. Not only could it walk, but it could also fly. Just like that, it descended from the sky. Yeah. Don't tell me that's a demonic ape. Its noble blood has an extremely high density as well. Otherwise, it would not have grown demonic wings that were capable of flight. The little guy cried out in shock. The demonic ape was too powerful. Tens of thousands of beasts were shaken as soon as it appeared, and not a single one dared to fight back. In addition, black mists curled up around its body. A bitter aura was being exuded, as if it belonged to a creature that had killed an endless amount of other creatures. This is a king from within the depths of the mountains. It's not too far off from the Swan and I. South. The demonic ape trampled on the ground as it advanced with 2 feet. It then leapt over 100 meters high before diving down and landing on the skull of a massive bear bird. The bear bird was over 10 meters long and was an absolutely rare and vicious beast. With a man-like body and a pair of bird wings, it was able to rush into sky, making it quite formidable. However, right now, it was trembling with fear and did not dare to make any movements, prostrating in place. The demonic ape calmly sat on top of its skull. It extended a claw, and with a paw sound, it tore open that skull. With a smack of its lips, it began to feast on its prey as if no one was there. The bear bird let out a whimper, but even if it were to die, it did not move. It was suppressed by that terrifying heaven-like overwhelming aura into completely immobility. All the vicious birds and ferocious beasts trembled. This was an ape king that was not much weaker than the Swan and I. It emerged from within the depths of the mountains, so how could it not instill fear into others? Pong the demonic ape only ate a few mouthfuls before pushing off with its feet and soaring into the sky. He landed in front of the Swan and I, and behind it, that 10-meter-long vicious beast, bear bird, collapsed. The black ape king wasn't particularly large. It suddenly stomped its feet, causing rubble to fly into the sky and making that rock mountain collapse. The ground split in all directions, and the rocks in the vicinity of the Swan and I were cleared up instantly. Moo! Suddenly, the roar of a bull was heard, and a blazing figure rushed in from the mountains far away. This was a huge, scarlet-colored bull. With a height of over 10 meters and a length of over 30 meters, it charged over with hooves covered in raging flames. Its entire body was doused in a fiery light. Its fur was silky, and it flickered with scarlet rays of light. Could this be the mythical flaming devil bull that Grandpa Chief mentioned? The little guy stared with his large eyes in disbelief. Now, Chief Shi Yunfeng was already growing older, but when he was younger, he once heard the elders say that within the depths of the mountains lived a flaming bull. Its godly power startled the desolate lands. It was unexpectedly still alive. With a cry, the demonic ape spread out its wings and rushed towards the sky to confront the flaming devil bull. An overwhelming heavenly aura exploded from between these two like a hurricane, flattening an entire mountain. Oh, moo! Following the two great roars, they immediately charged into each other, directly fighting with their lives on the line. In an instant, earthquakes shook the mountains, ancient trees collapsed, and boulders flew about. Suddenly, golden light flourished and light spread, illuminating the entire mountain. The forest and mountain rocks were all doused in a dim gold color. No one could have thought that the swan and I would suddenly jump with such overflowing vicious power. Ho! It was as if thunder hacked down from the ninth heaven. It threw the mountains into chaos. It was as fast as a golden streak of electricity as it pounced towards the two beast kings. Pooh, it was too fast and sudden, making it impossible to guard against. A flash of gold light rushed through, and despite the demonic ape's lightning-fast reflexes, one of its arms was still torn off. Blood spouted over a dozen feet high. Gotcha! At the same time, the mythical flaming devil bull whose flames soared into the heavens had its horn as well as some flesh torn straight off. It then dropped onto the floor from a strike of the swan knee's claws. This scene stupefied all of the vicious beasts and birds of prey. Their trembling bodies all fell weakly onto the ground.